So session 75. Who would like to give the recap for session 74?
So we got back on the or we were back on the ship, the Lucianum. Is that what it's called? Or
Actually, I'm forgetting
What
the
was
name
it?
of the ship. It wasn't the Lucianum, because that's the name.
Oh,
That's the name of the city you were headed towards.
oh, okay. But we with
The
a mind
Lilium Enchantress is the
Yes.
name of the ship.
With a mind-controlled captain willing to head into danger, we had decided to approach the spot where the the rose was coming out of the hand was coming out of the water with the orb, and where we had found the creature before. As we got closer, Axius cast a spell that changed the terrain, which gave some battlefield control to the group as we looked for the abomination, which we then encountered. And after intense battle, we managed to kill the thing, but the magical orb had become a black orb similar to the ones that the group minus Axius had encountered. And now there was a pillar of black energy rising from it, and off in the horizon there was a similar pillar of black energy rising in the horizon, and they looked like they were curving together to meet. So once we defeated the creature, we spent some time in the area kind of planning how to address the situation. And then eventually Aurelia was able to use her skills developed in the abyss. What was that called?
The Void.
Yeah, the Void. To disrupt whatever energy there was causing the pillar to break down, and then we could see in the distance the one on the horizon that had been kind of growing towards us also destabilize. And then from there we kind of were sitting around trying to plan where our next move would be, where would be going. In the meantime, Axius created a dope castle for us all to hang out in, while he proceeds to get high.
He can manipulate that castle for as much as he wants for 10 days.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Oh, if you want a castle and you want a castle, you get a cottage.
It was where the after party was at.
Yeah.
We did see a mushroom cloud off in the distance, though, after Aurelia closed the sphere.
Right.
Over time, it was like the beam of light was like straight up, but then it would like start falling. And Zarius did commune with a servant of his god, and we learned it would be bad news bears if it hit the ground.
Right.
But presumably something blew up on the other side, and it was not on another plane, but it was on this one, far into the distance.
I believe it was in the general direction of Pax Gloranthus, wasn't it?
It was to the southwest. It is hard to figure out how far away it was. It was well over the horizon, probably. But it could have been Pax Gloranthus. So you are all at the moment resting. You can all get a long rest in. I assume you've invited in the captain and your 5 sailors, for whom this is sweet. They get to stay in a castle and they're making 5 gold pieces a day. Although, since Axios is high, who knows like what's going on in those castles? They wake up and like all the doors are gone.
The walls are beginning to like
It's like Sim Sailor.
change colors,
Sim
strobe light
Sailor,
effects.
They're in a pool suddenly with no ladder and they can't get out. So you can tell me what it is you're doing. I mean, you basically have, it's 10 days until the spell expires. So not really any rush.
We seem to have dealt with the immediate threat, at least.
Yeah. So, like, what now?
We had a goal.
We
We'll continue.
We have to continue to Lucianum, so we can find passage to the Xerius's homeland.
So, like, remind me what it is that you guys are going to do there. The books weren't really like all into Xerius's homeland too much.
Well, especially since in the books, Xerius converted to Lucerosi's religion.
Yeah.
A demonic force is taken over.
Whose forces took over?
A demonic force.
Demons.
That's right.
They've been spreading across the land. That I'm sure you're aware of.
Yeah, things have been real weird around here last couple of years.
Have you had any demon problems, Axios?
Well, I mean, like, you know, there's been wars and stuff, like the hobgoblins and like giants and elves, and just like things have been popping off left and right.
Yeah.
I've mostly been just like kind of traveling, keeping my head low, and yeah, just basically trying to get along in this weird world.
That's how you stay alive, and that's how you. That's the opposite of what we do.
Well, like, you guys make the world better, so yeah, it's kind of what inspired me to do this. That's why I joined Daggerface, because it's like, whoa, it's Daggerface.
Right. As T-Hole like could turn his back, where Daggerface like ran like and swam for as far as he could because he couldn't shake the spell.
Fear.
That being said, he got the killing blow a lot inside that mansion. So, so like the guy should be our level. Really.
Yeah, he seems to be just about as powerful as he was when you first met him.
Yeah. Doesn't even have his cool axes anymore.
Right. They only had one, and then
They only had the
two
one. They had
briefly.
two. Oh,
And
after all I did for that guy.
I have a suspicion that if we are able to make it to Xerius, to the warm lands, we'll also we'll also get closer to the truth of the matter behind eternity's doorstep.
And what's that?
Something we need to prevent others from acquiring access to.
It's probably
If
why
it's
they
like-
left it out of the comics.
But if it's like a doorstep, doesn't it need like a door?
That's the beautiful part of it. It doesn't.
This is a,
It's a real deep drag of his glass grass.
just to really blow his mind right after he take that hit. He's like, Zaris is just like, that is just the best word we can come up with to describe what it is. We have seen it. There is no better word, though it is insufficient.
So is that like what we're looking for? I guess if it's like, whoa, then I guess like the demons are like, yeah. And the giants are like, sure. And then, so we got to be like, nah.
Yeah.
You have said
That's-
nothing.
Accurate.
Oh no, he said a lot.
But we still have to figure out how exactly we plan to keep it away from the forces attempting to later put their claim on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like the thing to do.
Maybe we just stick it in the astral plane and call it a day.
Probably not.
But like, then it's just kind of how would that even work? Because it's like if somebody went to get it, because time is weird on astral plane. Like even if it was like 1,000 years, couldn't it be then like 1 year?
Yeah,
T-Hole's just like-
Daggerface is clearly isn't following any of your conversation. He's not stupid, but he doesn't get any of the references you're talking about. So
He's
you're
not the only
looking
one.
you're looking for a doorstep that you've seen before.
No. There was some powerful wand of some kind here on this world.
So like the comics, they mention like you guys fucking with Orcus and Vecna and like so.
Oh, we had a three-way.
Word.
Yeah, that's where the wand of ED comes in.
AKA Orcus's wand.
So that's gonna yeah, okay. So
It seems that whatever forces they drive, they also wish to gain this wand. It is likely the reason, the deeper reason for this war.
Yeah, then there's the whole thing with Vecna merging with Thuristan and all that good stuff.
good.
So if you've come to make a difference and you're ready to die, you're in the right group.
Yeah, Not so much the dying part, because I like to win, and so let's just do that.
We will see. By the will of Osiris, we will remain alive long enough to prevent catastrophe.
And so this wand is it's in your homelands, Arius?
We do not know. But it is currently the largest known incursion of demonic forces that we are aware of.
Many, many moons ago, many moons ago, we received a vision, which was indicative of some dark presence, some very powerful presence beyond the demons in the south.
Oh.
In connection with eternity's doorstep.
Like, what kind of presence?
Nothing concrete beyond the fact that there is something there.
I
Kepri has a better idea as to what is going on in my homeland. She was the last one to see it.
With Peppery.
It's not to the southwest, is it?
S- More south.
So Kepri chimes in. Kepri actually doesn't know a lot in the way of useful details. She knows that all of the people in your homeland started to fall under some sort of spell, and that there was some fiend. She didn't specify demon because she doesn't really know enough to know a demon from a devil from something else. But there was a fiend there at the time, and something happened to your clan's patron dragon, so that she could not wake the dragon up. And this fiend began to was commanding everyone to engage in the building of a pyramid, which is a very long-term
Long
project.
process, yeah. Unless they got some weird magical means of doing it.
Right? But as she describes the fiend, it is almost a little generic. It is, basically humanoid in shape, horns on its head, black skinned. So it meets the description of a lot of generic demons and devils.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now how do we get there? Like, can we just, I assume we can't just boat there because it's like a desert.
That's why we're heading to Lucianum, and why it was an abrupt turnaround from Lucianum after we were picked up at Cartha, because there's a teleportation circle that will bring us closer to the warm lands. Otherwise, we would have to travel hundreds of miles of desert over the desert of glass.
Sea of glass.
Sea of glass.
So you're
That's,
going, you want to find the gate to El Shabazz then. So far as I know, that hasn't been used in 30 years. I don't know why, but
Oh, I suppose we'll have to fix it or figure it out when we get there.
Hope it's not broke. that'd be a bummer.
Only in your game, Mike. Only in your game.
But I think we'll still have to cross, like, yeah, we'll still have to, I think we'll still have to cross parts of the sea of glass to get there, just not as much.
We will see what we can do.
Well, I'm sure Dom Petronio can at least get you access to the gate. I don't know. It may still function. I mean, other than, and he looks over in, I don't know, I'm blanking. What's your character's name, Mike?
Axios.
Axios. He looks over at Axios. It's like, other than drugs, what do people import from the desert?
Sand.
I imagine you got a lot of it.
That'd be
Maybe.
some
I
good
mean,
sand.
back when it was all imperial land, sure, we used to ship things down there all the time, but so it maybe that it's just that they don't have anything worth bringing up, and that's why the gate's not actively used anymore.
When
Well-
was the last time?
Last time I remember ever hearing anything about it was, like I said, about 30 years ago. And that was more or less a political delegation from people in Il Shabazz. I'm sure Don Petronio will be able to get you access to it, like I said, though.
That's all we need.
So can you scry on anybody's areas?
Potentially. The more familiar I am, the more likely I will succeed.
Who was that perv guy that we ran into inside the mansion?
Perf guy. Oh. What was that fucker's name? The guy who ran off someplace?
Yeah,
One of T-Hole's old.
Ah, yes, that was nerd. It was nerd somebody. Yeah, I remember I always made fun of him. Buck nerd.
Buck nerd. Yes. Yes, I could scribe on him.
well,
I could try.
in the void, they told me that Mordenkainen's pretending to be Rary and he has the wand. So if we knew what Rary looks like, we could scry on him. Maybe
Indeed.
T-Hole knows.
And those days are very fuzzy. I don't think I could remember what Rary looked like, even if I wanted to.
You mean the glass grass wouldn't help?
Axios takes a puff and passes it.
Would have I might even have some. The ghost grass? Is that what it was called?
Ghostweed?
The ghost weed.
Pussweed.
Oh, that's
Ghost
good
weed,
shit.
yes.
That is
Oh.
good shit. I love Ghostweed.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Is there a so is there any is there any lore analogous to like like chakras and like opening of chakras, and like would T-Hole have chakras to like that he would unlock that might be able to like that maybe like induce through a drug infused state or some other means to like see glimpses of the past.
You want to go on a vision quest?
Don't.
Sounds like an action. Sounds like an action point. To me.
You
Right.
do
I
not
mean,
need to go in
if-
an entire vision. You just need to see him. And if we could both see him, this would be better. This is what we use this particular herb for, where I am from. Just to let those grieving see their loved ones one more time. To help them pass along.
That is very lovely. How come I've never thought of that?
You are not
Maybe-
where I am from.
Maybe you did. You just don't remember.
So, wait, like,
It's possible.
so you've seen this Rary guy? Like, you know him, T-Hole?
At one point I did.
A
Huh.
previous
At one point
incarnation.
at one point I led the Circle of Eight and the Citadel of Eight, and Mordenkainen was one of my students. But those days of fate has not been kind to me over the years.
Oh.
While I live, my memory does not. Unfortunately.
T-Hole's moving furniture around in the castle right now.
And every time he moves it, Axios just moves it right back the next round using an action. So he has to keep doing it.
Why is this credenza right here?
So,
I've got-
T-Hole, what would you say to me digging around in your brain?
I would advise against that. You need that to live.
Well, I mean, if it's in your memory, right? Like, maybe you forgot it, but maybe it's still there. And if I could find it in your brain, then I could, like, I could put his whole face on the wall. I could make a Rary statue full color. Like,
Are you trying to deny me the pleasure of a vision quest
nah,
by doing a vision quest for me?
nah, but like, if I could see what you could see, then I could make everyone see.
Does that require me being able to see it first?
Yeah.
Do I have to consciously see it or be aware of it or have just subconsciously seen it?
Yeah.
You have to have seen it, but then also like seen it.
So basically Axios is kind of suggesting some maybe creative use of detect thoughts in combination with like changing the room so that it has a figure that looks like a statue or something that looks like Rary.
I mean, I would allow something like that.
Well, it doesn't hurt. We have 10 days in this this bouncy house anyway. As T-Hole starts like jumping up and down.
Now it's a bouncy house.
Zarius is not amused. He gets out immediately. He can bounce around with this fucking bum ass knee.
But-
No.
But he's like struggling to get out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
real fucking
Right.
difficult.
It's also the size of a castle, so it's a very undignified series of bounces to get to the front door.
The
Yeah,
worst
and then you got to
bouncing
go down a
bounce castle.
slide, like one of those the air inflatable slides.
I would be okay with trying this anyway. It doesn't hurt. We have time. At least that we're aware of.
All right, so like, do you need to do your vision quest stuff? Like, what do you need for that?
Well, I'll need some of Zarius's goods. What's is it the ghost weed that does this?
Yes.
We'll need some more ghost weed. Familiar feel. This time I won't have somebody trying to pry into my nethers. At least that I'm aware of.
It has
That would be a
been
plus.
it has been a while since the last time you consumed. You know, a different body.
Yes.
Hopefully this more spiritually bound one does not repel the effects. Are you immune to being poisoned?
I am actually
might
immune to
fuck
being,
I
I
might fuck
actually am
with this.
immune. I am immune to being poisoned.
Just like turn that
through-
off, or
Yes, you can. I mean, the problem is the immunity being poisoned will prevent you from being affected. So, but you can, choose to bypass that.
okay, good.
Yeah, because you could block. You could do you could block your key, I suppose, and then allow it to happen. So that makes sense.
Let it pass through the blood-brain barrier.
And just need a safe space. So no funny business. No weird
One-
shapes on the walls.
One that does not bounce.
You guys know for long. It returns to a normal room, and now there's an extra room where T-Hole can go for safety. It's the whole room is covered in red velvet.
This is much to my liking. In a red velvet room, suspended in the middle of the ocean.
Zarius looks around and he does not like it. This is not the conditions that he would have performed this ritual in.
So Teal takes some of the ghost weed and start toking it up.
Okay. So I think you were one of the ones who's done this before, or at least you've probably done it before in the past.
He did.
So you
Him
are
and Kajika, I think, did
right.
Yeah,
So-
we passed it around.
way back in the day, back in that other mansion, before we went into Mordenkainen's mansion.
Right. That was in Don Petronio's
Yeah.
palace in Montfair.
Monter.
Yep.
So you know that the normal way people use this, it is often used to revisit with loved ones. So normally you kind of picture the person you want to speak with. So now you're in the weird position of you're doing this to try to figure out what that guy looked like. So make me an intelligence check to see how well this goes with you trying to suss out what he looks like to call on him in the first place.
I'll help him.
Nice. Hey, that's it's about as good as it's gonna get with a straight die roll.
So as you sit there toking, I mean, it takes about 20 minutes for there to be much of an effect, but you begin to feel extremely mellow. The walls of the room you're in seem to expand, which may actually be happening. You don't really know anymore what's going on. But you find yourself sitting in the middle of a pretty vast room filled with red velvet. And then in front of you, you see a human with silver gray hair. His beard kind of explodes outward. He has a lot of facial hair. He would make a fine dwarf in your view of how dwarves should be groomed. But he looks down at you angrily from underneath his thick eyebrows. You could see the hatred in his eyes as he sees you. I should have a picture of him somewhere. There we go.
Now, so normally he's the only one that could see that, right?
Right.
So yeah, so traditionally for the ritual, when imbibed in the right way and, and sort of meshing, not really, I don't know how to describe it, performing a sort of ritual together with a group of people would allow for a shared hallucination so that, a family could perceive the person or whatever. And it would bring comfort to that family to see the person who would laid them to rest, finally push their spirit along as they would see it. So I would have to imbibe as well.
T-hole
Okay.
passes the joint.
I will allow that. So both of you make me con saves.
Oh, save. That's a check.
Yeah.
Well, it actually would be about the same modifier and everything. So it's a 7.
Okay. But nonetheless, for right now, not much has changed. But Zarius, you can also see the image of this man. I mean, it appears to be, it is clearly a translucent figure of the picture I showed. But the spirit is completely ignoring you and is simply glaring at T-hole.
This is the
Can
man.
you hear me?
Of course I can hear you. Why have you brought me here?
Oh, it talks. I've come to remember your face. It's been a long time.
Not quite long enough. So you're still alive, I see. That's very disheartening.
I've managed to outdo myself. What can I say? And
I've learned much about you since I've passed on. I know how you maintain your life, so-called. What is it that you want? I have better things to do than to revisit with you.
I wanted to, well, I forgot what you looked like.
And that's
So-
it. You summoned me from the other side to see my face again.
So I'm watching this sort of spectral version of this guy very intently, and then I'll just sort of say quietly to T-hole, ask him his favorite color.
Rary, it's been so long. Remind me, what's your favorite color?
I can hear your fool friend. That he is lower than you and so beneath my notice is the only reason why I pay him no mind. As you well know, my favorite color has always been teal.
It makes sense it would be T-hole. That's my favorite color too.
And as you say that, The castle rocks with a mocking laughter from the skies.
Forgot about that.
And the ghost looks up. What in the hell was that? Apparently, the entire universe is lined up against you, and rightly so for all the harm you've done.
Oh, do tell.
Oh, your empire. How many people have died
And-
under the heel of the armies that you built? How many people have starved to death because you decided their population needed to be removed? Or your, I suppose, descendants, your family of misfortune.
Yes, they've lost the way. They're all soft now, holding elections and whatnot. But yes, I'm ashamed of my descendants too. Well, you ask how many people would have died through my actions, but how many people would have died otherwise had my empire not been founded, had the demons run rampant like they used to? Perhaps more.
I will not debate you. Suffice to say, I fought you in life. And if I could fight you now, I would do so. But unfortunately, and he begins to chant. And you can see magic begin to swirl around his hands. Until eventually he reaches both hands forward and two beams shoot out and strike T-hole, but do nothing. In my current state, where you are and where I am, I cannot kill you.
Where are you?
I don't even know how to describe it. It is not the paradise I was promised.
Let's
Who
find
promised
Morden.
you such paradise?
The church? Oh, but you never had much use for the churches or Asheros or the gods. You were your own
Oh.
god. Who needed the four others?
Right. And you see what their promises have gotten you.
I have no doubt that my state probably has something to do with you or the Circle of Eight.
We must find Mordenkainen. Ask him where we might find him. If he has any ideas.
He can hear you, you know.
He does not wish to talk to me.
Mordenkainen is quite dead. I don't know where he is either.
We hear he is masquerading as you.
If he were alive, I can easily imagine that is something he might do. Sully my reputation further. Old fool.
I don't think he's gonna bring it any lower.
But if he's pretending to be me, then presumably he is in the Bright Desert. As that's where my power base was. My fortress was there.
That makes sense.
The great city of Dharma Shah was founded by me. I can see why he might want to take control of it. But as I said, he died centuries ago, long before I did.
Why did you pick a place in the middle of the desert? Didn't you pick somewhere a bit more hospitable? No offense, Sirius.
You always failed to see the bigger picture. There were many things of ancient power in that desert. You should know, as I've since learned, You scattered many of them amongst the sands. You built an army of undead and launched it against the world. In your first empire, that is, not your more recent attempt. I have to say, it was quite a surprise after I was dead when I learned that.
The previous one. Yes.
Well, you've had so many attempts at controlling the world. But I do, as far as I know, think that to be your first attempt at it.
This lines up. Do you think we could have been friends?
No. I cannot imagine a world in which you and I would ever have been friends.
It was like, oh, why not?
What is your biggest grudge against me? Why do you hate me so? You are, of
stole the
course,
crowns of every king of Kfor to bring about your own rulership over the entire continent. You robbed people of their freedom. You created a council of wizards to interfere with every major aspect of life on this continent, and the ramifications of that still ripple down to this day. You've left a progeny of immortal monsters who are engaged in some projects of their own, some twisted version of whatever it is you were trying to do, as near as I can figure. All living creatures should have enmity towards you. I am simply happy that no longer being living, it is no longer my problem.
He's glitching out.
Quick, take another puff.
Do you smell toast?
Oh, shit.
Apparently it was all too much for him. He just couldn't take it. He runs from the room crying.
Yes.
He's still stuck on the we could never be friends.
Is
There he goes.
that me or was that Zoom?
Just you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my internet just completely blinked on me. The last I heard was all beings should have enmity towards you.
Yeah, that was pretty much his message. All living beings should have enmity towards you. He did say he's glad he's dead because it's not his problem anymore.
How long ago did he die?
When did you die?
I died about 150 years after you supposedly did. But I suppose you merely switched identities at that point.
It's been a long road. Did I take your crown, Rary?
I did not have a crown here, although I was friends with many of the local rulers.
So you are angry on their behalf?
I am angry on behalf of all who lived in my day, but them as well.
Did you not see the need? Do you think, without being under one rule, that the continent, the world could have united against the threat we faced?
What threat was that? Separate rulers? That's the threat you've most assuredly vanquished. People having a say in how they run their own lives? Yes, it was terrifying those days.
The land was in. I recall it to be somewhat different. I
I'm
recall
sure
the
you
land
would.
being on the brink of chaos.
Whatever you have to tell yourself to make your way through this world. There's nothing I could do to disabuse you of your false notions.
Well, it was a pleasure.
It was not. And with that, he's just still there. It doesn't end. He's just stuck here for another 20 minutes or so.
Steel would turn to Zarius. Man, can you believe that guy? What a hard ass.
So sorry.
Forgetting to unmute the
Gotta mute.
unmute himself.
You gotta mute yourself.
That guy was he's just as horrible in death as he was in life.
So I just do like a sort of turn on dead effect. Like I just stamp my quarterstaff a couple of times, and this wave of positive energy runs out.
And you find you would actually know that that sort of thing doesn't work on the spirits that are summoned by Ghostweed. This is one of those things where some people say that the spirits that are summoned by Ghostweeds are actually just hallucinations.
It's part of the
one
ritual.
of the pieces, one of the pieces of evidence is like all the clerical stuff doesn't tend to work on them when it should.
And then what the hell? Where's the? There it is. Oh, I'll probably have to. Yeah, I'll have to use an action point because I don't have it prepared right now. Unless we did this in the morning, in which I could have prepared ahead of time.
What are you trying to do?
So like the turn on dead is just part of the ritual. He's not going to just forego the ritual, even if these people don't follow his religion.
Okay.
So that's part of the effect. So he stamps the thing and he releases that energy. And while the people are sort of distracted, he does the whatever the fucking spell was. I forget the spell that like cleans poison from a person. Poison and
Neutralize
disease.
poison.
Yeah, is that?
Or
No, I don't think that's what it's called in this edition. No.
lesser restoration.
Yeah, I think
That
that's what-
removes the poison condition.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yes, lesser restoration. That's the one I have to. Oh, it is prepared already. Okay, so cool.
There's also one that's like
There's
remove
protection
poison or
from,
something. Protection from poison. Yeah.
which doesn't like make it go away, but if it's will have run its course, then whenever the effect runs off, then I guess that would also. It just neutralize or hold on. So do you touch a creature if it's poison?
mean,
Neutralize the poison. Oh yeah, I guess it does the same thing. It's the same
Presumably,
level.
T-Hole, if to end the poison effect, he could presumably just allow the Kai to start blocking the poison again. Mayhaps, unless it's like just blocks it from coming in further, rather than kind of like neutralizes it in the bloodstream. But I think
Okay.
that's open interpretation. At the
So
very
I mean,
least, we have another 20.
lesser restoration, if you cast it, is certainly enough to end the current effect of the drug.
Yeah. So I stamp the wave of energy. The T-hole sort of like looks at the. I cast the spell on him, and then T-hole gets frozen again. Apparently, I think looks like. Yep.
He's just that high.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Axios is in the corner, just kind of like twirling lights
All right.
in front of his face.
There you go.
All right. I caught everything. So no,
Oh,
he's
okay.
just that high. And then I came out and then came back in.
So Zarius now knows what Riri looked like.
Yep. So I can attempt to scry upon
Riri?
this potential version of Mordenkainen. So I got the, I don't know what Mordenkainen looks like, I guess. What does Mordenkainen look like?
After all this, oh wait, we're not screwing on that guy.
Now, I've got a visual for what Mordenkainen is supposed to look like right now.
I mean, I will remind you, you have seen a statue of Mordenkainen.
Was it like a very detailed one?
It was pretty detailed. It was in his manor.
Right.
This
I
bald
remember there
wizard
being one there, yeah.
in the middle of the fountain where you had to like turn it
Right.
around to face different things to unlock.
Right. Okay, good. So whenever I go to scry upon Mordenkainen, I could visualize both the normal look of him and the Rary look. Just just to cover all grounds here.
Mhm.
And if he's pretending to be Rary, he might then be actually pretending to be Rary. I mean, for all we know, he's good at mimicking people, so
So you're gonna cast Scry on Mordenkainen.
I suppose so.
Can you post that
it
spell for
here.
me?
Yeah.
I mean, I what's your DC? I guess is the first question.
18. I don't actually have it prepared. But again, that's why if
we
it's in
could
the
say
morning.
given,
Yeah.
given we could say that you've prepared it for today.
Cool. I'll take off commune and put scrying on.
So first, let me just. So you do definitely see yellow sand dunes as far as the eye can see as you see the sensor sweep over this landscape. You see the corner of what looks like it probably is some sort of stone building, some sort of limestone building. But it's just the corner. The entire building appears to be otherwise buried in the sand itself. And then you feel something that's almost like a slap across the face as the spell breaks. Since he beat your DC.
Yeah.
There he is, kind of bitch slapped.
He resisted. We will have to try again tomorrow. He had to roll well.
Wow. He is Mordenkainen after all. He was my best student.
We can get him.
That and I forgot, he is definitely proficient in that wisdom save. He probably had better than a +5.
We still have that book of his, that spell book?
No, I don't think so.
Gave the spell book away
Yeah.
Anything of his
to the
from
other
that manor.
dagger face.
Oh yeah.
And he gave the book of the wand away to the elf captain when you came out of the manor.
Mm-hmm. Did we keep anything else?
I mean, you have a bunch of gems that you took
Yeah,
from
but
the
those are-
manor.
But those are mine. So it's not going to do me any good. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just have to try again later. Should I would have this Bucknard?
Well, he did say vaguely. It wasn't he remembered like it was another lifetime ago, but didn't he say he was going to the last known location where Mordenkainen was, or the wand?
Do not recall.
Last you heard of him, I know it was a while ago, but he said he was going to be headed to the Citadel of Eight, or at least where that used to be. So you don't know what happened to him after that. Well, so actually he said he was going to go there, and then basically when he was not in this little room that allowed you to transport yourselves, you were on the astral plane at the time. You were in this little room that allowed you to transport yourself back to the manor, but Zarius made it very clear that he should just, stay way, way back. So he was not in the little room. So you all got transported back to the manor, and he was still on the astral plane. So you don't, for all you know, he's still there waiting because it's timeless there. It's only been like a second.
We're gonna go back by accident. Like, oh, you're still
It's
here.
like, ready to go.
You ready to go? Like, we got fucking new scars. Like, like Zarius is even older.
Oh, I'm ready.
Right. Aurelia is substantially older than she was. She was about 13 at the time. And now she might be too old for him. So.
Right.
Rosie has been replaced by this low budget hippie.
Low budget the dude.
Yes. Discount dude.
So you guys doing anything else here, or are you sailing off?
I mean, we could take the 10 days for me to try and scry, but it's also 10 days that we're not moving closer to the city. I could do it on the ocean too, so.
Right, there's no reason that we couldn't do it while we're traveling, because it's not like it's going to affect where we go all that much.
Yeah.
I could tell he was in the desert.
Right. Although Mike in particular, make me an investigation check.
So I cast that spell on T-hole only. So Zarius is still under the effects for however long.
Oh, so I guess if you, I don't know.
I'm
how
not
it
going to talk
works.
to the guy. Yeah, I don't know. I just see the guy, I think.
So it immediately occurs to Axius that if Mordenkainen actively sort of slapped away the spell, then he must have been aware that he's being scryed on. And Mordenkainen is the master of not being scryed on because he has a whole spell named after him that prevents scrying. And a bunch of other things. It's only
wait.
4th level.
Like, Darius, we can't scry on Mordecai. Like, it's not done. Can't be done. Not unless he wants it.
He must be consenting.
Yeah, that's the word.
I'm not familiar with this effect.
Well, it's magic.
There's no spell I've ever heard of.
Yeah, well, Mordenkainen is like a master magician, and he's made all kinds of spells.
Then
Like,
he annoys me too.
He's not just like a wizard. He's like a a wizard's wizard. Like he out wizards all wizards.
Yes, he is a pretentious prick. This much I know.
Like you can only put your name on spells that you made, and he's got at least like 2 of those.
There's a dog and a sword. Yes.
But
So yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be helpful to try and scry him. And actually, now that I'm realizing it, he knows we're trying to scry on him, so he might be scrying on us right now.
Good.
And you know, he might be able to send things after us now. He might even be able to do it through the scrying.
he doesn't know what I look like.
He does now. If
Technically,
he's scrying on us.
technically, you don't have to know what somebody's looks like to scry on them. Just helps.
Did you say that he's could be scrying on us now?
Could be.
Here, did you get a look at this? Here you go. Right here for you. You got him? You got him?
Make sure to go in all
I like that,
directions.
Aurelia.
Yeah.
You
That was a
see-
good one.
Zarius, you see that as Aurelia is giving the finger to the air, Rary starts looking in a particular direction and says, "Fine, Dragon Man, tell your friend Velititis is not amused with her hand gestures."
Aurelia, do you know a Velititis? No, T-Hole, you don't see it anymore.
Oh, okay.
Does
Aurelia.
Peter remember that name from Aurelia's backstory?
Hmm.
Does T-Hole know that name?
Theo might know that name.
I could.
You can make an intelligence check to see if you remember the name.
I'm sure that Aurelia knows for sure.
It's the 13.
I'm sorry, it is actually Velilitis, apparently. I got it wrong.
I say
Hmm.
Velolitis. I don't know.
So no, you don't quite remember that name. Vaguely familiar. You know a lot of women named Velilitis.
Fetus.
Oh, I think I remember who that is.
I will tell you who
Yeah.
it is.
I think I know now. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Aurelia, do you know a Velolitis? Velolitis. I don't think he knows their name.
Yes, I do.
This one does not like your hand gestures.
Also tell her she wishes to be summoned. And as he says that, the vision of Rary fades out and he disappears.
The bloodshotness goes away in the eyes and shakes it off. And apparently that one wishes to be summoned.
What?
Velolitis,
Cow
your
T-Hole.
mom.
Like how we did T-holes and this Rary.
Haven't I had enough drama already with this group?
We will have to get some more whenever we get to the city. I don't know how much I would have kept. I know I would have kept a little bit from back in the time, but I don't know if I'd have kept enough for 2 whole rituals.
Yeah, there was.
This
It
is the
wasn't
first
like it
time
was-
it's happened.
Right. And also, it wasn't like it was like mounds of it. So
Right.
we'll figure out.
Aurelia, who is Velolitus? In my memory, I'm not able to recall.
There was no velolitis in any of the books.
Well, Aurelia didn't make it into the books. So
Uh,
Oh, we'll talk about it later. And Aurelia walks off and goes into one of the other rooms.
Oh. Can you still see Rary, Zarius?
He is gone. That was his last message.
I didn't expect that we'd actually be able to talk to communicate with them.
Osiris provides many gifts.
I remember this experience with Ghostweed, even though it was with looking at someone who despises you, it was still far more pleasant than the last one. I wish my memory has remained. It is painful to watch your past lives before you and not be able to argue with them back.
Perhaps you just have not mastered the ritual. You have your heart. There could be something there.
I do need to study the urn more. I am sure that is a great idea.
So are we gonna do all this on the boat, or are we gonna hang out here? He does it as he's like twirling around lights in front of his eyes. Some of them looking like little angel creatures, other ones looking like nude people.
Nude angel creatures.
Yeah.
We should be on our way to Lucianum.
Let us go.
So what do you guys want to leave behind? Like, this spell's gonna keep going. What do we think will be fun for people to encounter if they should cross this waterway?
Do we have anything amusing enough to leave behind?
he says, standing in a bouncy castle.
You know what? I got it. I got it.
Well, the bouncy castle will go away. So I was thinking of something more permanent.
Oh, it's not gonna be permanent. It's gonna be gone in like a week. But, you know, in that week, if there are any people like sailing around, they'll be like, what? So-
does your magic have a distinct signature? Something that if run across, people can trace it back to you.
I mean, magic is pretty personal. It, anytime you do magic, you're using a part of you. So, like, it's possible.
Also, he can make letters 100 miles high that say Axius made this, and
Yeah,
just
that's
have them
basically
stand
what it's going to do. Are you talking, Tony? We can't hear you.
Sorry. I forget. I don't remember how to respond. To do a message back. Kurt.
It's /WGM, space GM.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Got it.
Axius is ready to leave. Whenever.
Let's go. Daggerface. Let us set a course for Lucianum.
So you gather together the sailors and the captain again, and head back to the ship. So what are you going to leave behind?
It's going to be a massive, Colossus like height statue of the whole crew, plus Lucia Rossi, as remembered from the books, and just a giant sign above saying, "We won."
I'm picturing like this, like a statue version of the Iwo Jima planting
Yes.
the flag.
Yes, except for a flag, it's us stabbing the abomination thing that we killed.
So as we're gathering our shit together to leave, I'll just say, everyone check your things. Make sure nothing is missing.
Why is Nimrod here?
No,
You
but
know, I started putting.
someone went through my things.
Okay.
Is this on
So,
the
yeah.
boat or the things that we had in the castle?
In the castle.
Okay.
All right. Is Axius looks through his stuff? Does any of his stuff appear to be disturbed?
Everyone can make me a perception check. I mean,
Do I
not
need to anymore?
Zarius.
Yeah.
You already noticed. Yeah, everything's
No.
fine. Zarius is
I,
probably just after effects of being high. He's paranoid
Mm-hmm.
now.
You know what? I'm gonna use an action point.
Well, I have keen mind, so if I have anything missing, I would know. Like just looking through my inventory.
I mean, I would say that's enough to give you advantage on this particular check. I would say everybody can search and nobody finds anything missing.
Okay.
I mean, unless it's something super, super minor, nothing important is missing.
I don't see anything that's gone. How did you know something's missing?
T-Hole, you do think in trying to remember how you laid everything out the night before, it looks like some of your stuff has been moved, but nothing's missing.
So like
Nothing is missing, just disturbed.
So stuff just got jostled. I mean, it could have happened while I was changing things. I did it a lot.
Does anybody have the ability to find invisible creatures?
What's
Not
the
right now.
secondhand effects of this glass grass?
Possible addiction.
And having an awesome time.
It can be highly addictive.
I do not have the ability to see invisible creatures. Well, you know, Zarius, when Mordenkainen slapped you, he might have slapped other things too.
He did not strike me.
Looked like he did.
It is a retching of the spell.
Somebody blocked it though.
Just
I
be
mean-
wary.
Yeah.
Well, if someone blocked it, that means that there's a chance he's still around.
If Daggerface is still around, I'll tell him to do the same, to like check his shit.
Yeah, there's Daggerface, the captain, and the crew. They all checked their stuff. They didn't really see anything amiss, particularly Daggerface. His wisdom is super, super low.
I would try to detect magic, but I feel like it would be kind of useless since we're kind of surrounded by it right now.
Yes, we can at least wait, perhaps.
Well, it might be
Yeah.
easier if there's something invisible following us to find it if we got on the ship and sailed away, assuming it comes with us at all. I
That's
can
good.
imagine if Mordenkainen thinks someone tried to scry on him, he might have tried something, I guess. Said something.
Oh, you know what? I could do this. I will cast detect magic. I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna do it. I don't care. There's gonna be your magic, but then anything that stands out will be a stark contrast. I'll just cast it.
So
I
you-
imagine like the magic he's seeing is like Mike's background right now.
Yeah.
So you don't
And-
detect anything out of the ordinary. It turns out two of the sailors do have magic knives on them, daggers,
Mhm.
but that's about the only thing you maybe weren't expecting. I mean,
Alright.
you don't know all of like everybody's magical equipment. I don't know Nala's magical equipment or what Axios has, but they all have some magic on them too. But nothing like you don't sense anything invisible. That said, it's a little hard. If you're looking for like illusion magic, it's everywhere, and that's invisibility and everything else here.
So it'll be
At the-
persistent until for 10 minutes. So I'll just
Right. And
Keep an eye out.
detect magic isn't really like a good substitute for see invisibility, because see invisibility is a higher level spell. So if you would basically have to stop and try to actively perceive if there was something invisible around you, and they would have to not move away before you could finish doing that.
and I don't get as clerics don't get see invisibility. So we get true sight, but not see invisibility. At least
But
not this
yeah,
cleric.
at the moment you're not picking up anything that seems like it's an invisible creature.
Alrighty. Let us move.
So you go back to the ship and set sail. The cloud cover that had completely obscured this island is now entirely broken up. There are still countless bodies floating around, but they're actually pressed in much closer to this island of glass than they were when you first sailed in. There had been this region around it that was more or less free of bodies, but it appears as though the entire mass of bodies has begun to break apart, which means they've begun to flood into this central area as well. But the day is otherwise eerily pleasant and sunny and warm, given that you're floating through this mass of bodies for the first several hours on your way out. Over the course of, I assume you're sailing for the river to get to Lucianum, right?
Yeah.
Whatever the captain deems is necessary.
Right. So it's about another 4 days sailing until you get to the mouth of the river. It's essentially a river delta. There are several tributaries of the river Lucanus that spread out in front of you. Not all of them are big enough to take ships, so you wind up sailing to one of the major tributaries that flows through the area. And as you begin to sail in, on the morning of the day that you reach the delta, as you come up on deck, you see there is a woman that you've not seen before. She's in kind of either old-fashioned imperial armor, or if not that, it is some sort of homage to old-fashioned imperial armor. She's just standing on the deck, looking out, looking at the coastline around you.
There's a woman standing on the deck of our ship
Yes,
that we haven't seen.
yes.
Hey, I don't remember you.
And this woman turns around to look at you. I'm sure you don't remember me. Do you remember me, T-hole?
Do I remember her?
Make me an intelligence check.
This character is way more wisdom than intelligence.
Nope, you have no idea who she is.
I can't seem to recall. Should I?
You should. I didn't expect it would be so hurtful that you don't remember me. I'm Casey Brucia Turbo. I was your wife.
I
Was
was my wife. Did we divorce?
No, but you did
Perhaps you
die
died.
several times since then. I suppose I don't know what the legal or religious implications are of your multiple deaths.
I have to admit that my dying, reincarnating so many times does terrible things to my memory. So
I
please don't be
will-
offended.
I am aware that every time you die, you forget most of your past. And the further you are from a life, the more you forget about a particular life. Funny that you're the only one of us who seems to suffer that particular setback. In any event, I am here because our agents in Lucianum were able to determine that this ship was dispatched to pick you up. I am the only person in our order who has ever been on this ship, so it was easiest for me to come here to find you. I need to make you an offer. The Emperor needs to see you urgently. It would be better for you and for your grand plan if you were to go to him willingly. Your friends would be in no harm if you, on the other hand, refuse the offer. We will probably have to come and find you. And then, while we would like to take you alive, because killing you would be pointless, we can't say that your friends would be safe.
What does he want of me?
We have several problems that you seem to be deeply involved in. It seems you are going to get us all killed. You are going to bring about the unmaking of the world itself. We hope to stop that.
How did you get such a notion?
We're well aware that you're seeking the wand if you don't have it already. And we're well aware that you are the wrong person to be in possession of it.
I believe you
I
should
have-
know that even if he were not even on this planet, it would still happen.
Possibly,
Guaranteed.
but we are exactly certain that if he is allowed to continue on this course, doom will follow.
How are you certain of this?
The
Do you
portents have
know
been-
the future?
We do. The portents have been very clear.
I read the portents daily. I should know. They have not shown me such things.
I doubt it has occurred to you to ask. You would just assume naturally that you are the one to take possession of this wand to try to defend the world from the powers it holds back. But you're not. As I said, you're the worst person to have possession of that wand.
So then he won't have it. Problem solved. You may leave.
I am trying my best to be as cordial as possible. We need you to turn the ship towards Pax Gloranthus and go and meet with the Emperor. I assume this
So
is
what? So we could be locked in a dungeon.
so that your part in the grand plan that you initially set us upon can be discussed, so that we can explain to you how your presence in the middle of this great event is a problem. What do you know about the wand? What do you remember about it?
Not as much as I'd like.
Surely you're aware of its power
Of course.
Sure. and its corruption. This was the great rod of Asmodeus once upon a time. You will come within proximity of it, and eventually, I don't know how long it will take, possibly right away, you will decide that its vast, vast power could be used by you to defend this world from the unmaking. And in that thought even crossing your mind, you will bring about the unmaking yourself.
Do you think you and the Emperor and my other progenitors are immune to this? Do you
I
think you
think
do you
we-
hold yourselves above?
We would not
above
enter-
myself.
I would not allow any of your family to have possession of the wand either. The Emperor, I'm less certain of. He's not a member of your family, so being just a man, I don't know that he would be as great a risk. But we have alternate plans for the wand to help keep it contained for as long as possible.
Do tell.
I am not sure if you are on our side or against us. I will say no more about what our plans are, lest you try to thwart them. You should know we have the Book of the Wand. We are decoding it now. Whatever you learned from it, we will learn from it too, shortly enough.
It wasn't that long of a read.
But the cipher
be-
is complex. The codes that are contained within it, they are taking some time for us to break. We obtained this, of course, from the hobgoblins who got it from the elves. The war in Longspear is over. We've utterly defeated them. And that means that all of our forces can now turn to other matters, like stopping you. You would be wise to accept our offer.
I hardly call walking into the lion's den a fair offer.
You will wind up there one way or another. I was merely giving you the way in which it was voluntary.
She looked familiar to me.
Yes, you would know her. She was, I
Okay.
mean, T-Hole had more than one,
Right.
like woman he had children by. But this was the official empress, the first empress.
And what did she go by?
Her royal name was the Empress Theodora, but her actual name was Cassia Brucia Turbo.
And what was her I mean, like what perception or do I have of her? Or, was she kind? Was she unapproachable? Was she,
You wouldn't necessarily have either a very bad or very good impression of her. She was very political. She was very concerned with politics. And so consequently, like she was probably not someone you dealt with a lot. She was
Right,
shrewd.
I figured
She was considered to be pretty shrewd in her day. She was considered to be a very competent soldier. She didn't mistreat anybody that you knew of. Everybody within the empire, more or less, she was a benefactor towards, but she was particularly friendly with people of your mother's class or your class.
So I would, after I come up, waking me from my mid-morning sleeping, just give her the proper courtesy, I guess would be a bow or something, as I see her and recognize her.
Lady Turbo. Kind of name is
Empress,
Turbo.
Empress Theodora.
She looks at you. At least someone remembers the old formalities. Please, though, I am happily not an empress anymore.
That's a title you always have. Just like it's always Emperor T-Hole.
T-Hole abdicated long ago, and my title went with it. I am a happier person now that I am no longer caught up in all of the politics of Pax Cloranthus. It has been a long time since anyone has addressed me as Empress. Although I understand that T-Hole is trying to resurrect his old titles.
Yes, trying to get this world back in order. Have you seen what a big pile of shit it is?
It is true that some things are worse than they were, but some things are better as well.
I haven't found one.
Well, you should keep looking. If we do meet again, hopefully T-Hole will come to his senses and I can show you some of the things that have improved over time. All of your friends are welcome. No one will be harmed. You can even leave Pax Cloranthus if you wish, once you've met with the Emperor. I can at least ensure your safe conduct.
Like, how do we know you will actually keep your word?
Inside check.
You will have to take my word for it, as I have no way of offering you proof.
I trust her.
I did like put my hand on T-Hole's back and cast the protection from evil and good just in case on him. But yeah, watching her.
It's my ex-wife.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I have to send something to T-Hole. Yeah, T-Hole's looking rough. You can see that. T-Hole is not looking so good.
In what way is he not looking good?
Yeah, we've
Like-
had days. He should be long rested by now.
I know I got some of that secondhand smoke because it looks like Axios is eating pizza, and I know I'm not watching that.
I somehow typed out this whole long message and it disappeared. There we go.
Is that pizza you made, Mike, or did you order?
No, this one I ordered. And it's honestly, it's quite dull compared to the pizza I've been making. We had to make our own pizza party last weekend with some friends. And apparently, like, they're my wife's friends, and they've been texting her the entire week, like, we can't stop thinking about Mike's sauce.
Wow. Impressive.
She's like, is this you say you're not the only one? You keep sending the same message over and over.
Okay, it's just for some reason it's not popping up on my thing. Oh, there it goes. Suddenly all three.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was like,
I was like, why is this
There
not
was, like-
sending?
Trying to get the point across.
Yeah.
That roll 20 lag.
Beetlejuice,
Ah.
So
Beetlejuice.
I mean, I would say Axios would know instantly. Teal picked up a little bit of an addiction to Ghostweed that the
Hmm.
lesser restoration did not end.
Sure. He'll get over it. We got him. It's not like he could take it, so he's just
Right.
He'll have
So
to,
he
like-
is exhausted as a result of not taking Ghostweed.
yeah, it's
So, and since there's been a little bit of time and Axios hasn't been engaged in the conversation, make me an investigation check.
One
Uh,
second, let me see something real quick. Screw it. I'll use action point. Damn it.
You notice nothing. Always a little anticlimactic to make a check and then not notice anything.
But I am noticing that I didn't notice.
Right. That's the problem. You don't notice that you didn't notice.
he's so high. He's catching the meta, but he doesn't know why.
This
you-
something.
Something's changed.
So you're just all standing there staring at this woman in her armor. She's actually she's about 30-ish years old, or at least so it seems. She's reasonably attractive. She's, pretty athletically built. Her armor is, like I said, it's sort of oddly old fashioned. But anybody, looking at it, you would realize it's not exactly as if it's ancient. It's more or less just patterned after ancient armor, and it gets certain details wrong. But overall, she cuts a sort of imposing figure in this steel Laura segmentata, this plate armor that she's wearing. There are strategic gaps in the armor, revealing cords of muscle underneath. Her skin is pretty bronzed from the sun. It looks as if she's still in the prime of her life. Although at this point, T-Hole definitely wouldn't have seen her for about at least 1,400 years.
But she does look like a spirit.
No, she looks like she's standing there on the deck in front of you.
Okay. Doesn't look like you've aged a day over 25.
Well, you're quite the flatterer. I'm sure if you travel with T-Hole long enough, he will eventually, if he likes you, share the secrets that he shared with the rest of us. That is assuming he can still remember them. Do you remember them?
no.
Somebody says that it asks if you're a god. You say yes.
Well,
So
more's the
you'd
pity. You
survive?
won't be able to save your friends then in the way that you saved the rest of us. If this is saving.
So this is
I'm-
not some sort of spirit or something. This is you.
It's me in a matter of speaking. I'm not really here, child. This is magic, a projection of me that has been sent here. As I said, I'm familiar with this vessel. I've sailed on it before in Lucianum. Once we figured out that the ship was sent to pick you up, I was therefore the natural choice to come and make this offer to you. You should talk to your friend Teal and let him know that I was never so bad, that I am generally trustworthy.
Doesn't mean the ones you work for are.
So, like, you want us to come to Pax Gloranthus, talk to the Emperor, and then if we hear what he says and just like don't care, we could just leave.
Yes,
Once we have
Unarmed.
waded through an army of soldiers, no doubt.
We don't have this wand if you're going to ask us that, though.
right. The problem is T-Hole, for all of his attempts to save the world, is next to kin of chaos. And so he will, I am sure, in the fullness of time, find the wand. And then the greatest threat to everything around us will be T-Hole.
Well, you do have a point there.
Well, what if we
Where
just
is where is your
what-
friend Lucia Rossi? I feel as if this would be a much better pitch to Lucia Rossi.
If we do
I know,
not
I
find
was-
this wand,
I was disappointed too when I couldn't meet him. I was so looking forward to it. I was like, there's Zarius. And that might be T-Hole, maybe, but and then some chick, and then but no Lucia Rossi. Heartbreaking.
You can keep him if you want.
Like I said, heartbreaking.
I'm going to walk up to whatever this projection, like try to put my hand like on her forearm or something.
She holds her arm out when she realizes what you're doing, and your hand passes right through her. And that's when Axius is like, oh, that's what I didn't pick up on before, is that this is an illusion. Which is like my bread and butter. How did I miss this?
So like,
In fact, you would know that this is probably the project image spell,
Mhm.
as what she said about having been on the ship before sort of tracks with that. It also means she could be anywhere within, like, 500 miles away from you. She could be in Pax Gloranthus because that's within 500 miles of where you are now.
I was thinking about taking that spell. So, but like, it's the Emperor. Like, you don't say no to the Emperor. So if we say no, like, that's a big no-no.
Very
Yeah,
insightful.
No, but I mean, like, there's no way, like, we could hear what he has to say and then walk away. That doesn't make sense.
And presumably you guys are just looking for me to find the wand so I can deliver it to you so you can do whatever your safekeeping method is.
Oh no, we don't want you within 1,000 miles of the wand if we can avoid it. Again, its pull will be irresistible to you. It will corrupt you. You will decide that you are the best person to wield it, and you will thereby destroy the world. You won't intend to, I'm sure, but you will.
What if we just like don't let him?
I've already tried to say that. It is not getting through.
I
And if
don't
we do
think it
not
will
search for
matter.
this wand-
I don't think it will matter if one of the rest of you holds the wand. We believe T-Hole will find a way.
I have no intention of using such thing.
Yeah, but if we have the wand, wouldn't we be like all powerful, and then we could just be like, no T-hole, and then he can't really do much. Kind of like if we're like the emperor, and the emperor is like, do this, and then we're like, no, and then like there's an army that says, well, yeah.
You would only be all powerful holding the wand if you were willing to use the wand. And that's the danger of the wand. We don't want anyone to use the wand. Simply T-hole least of all.
What if we break it?
I don't think you'll find that that will be easy to do.
Check it into Mount Doom.
I mean, yeah, but it's also not easy finding it. So like, what's one more hard thing?
If we do not search for this wand and find it, someone far worse likely would.
The Long Spear War
they
is
are.
over. We will be dedicating resources to finding it.
There are
If this
demonic
was so
forces
important
involved.
to you before, then why didn't you divert resources from the war? Surely finding the wand was a higher priority.
Finding the wand was a very high priority, and that's why we fought the war, because we knew that you were in Mordenkainen's manor in the mountains outside Montvert. And we knew that you had given the book to the elves. We needed to get the book, and we've been trying to locate you, but you've been hard to find.
I like to keep it that way.
And we have had people out also looking for the book. Right now, this spell is being maintained by someone you've met before. Bucknerd.
Buck
Talking
nerd.
about that guy.
Bucknerd has come to see the light and realize that in this matter, you're not the good guys. We are.
Put Buck nerd on.
That's not how this spell works.
Let me talk to that asshole.
Until I see I will believe you when I can talk to Buck nerd.
If we're an illusionist, we could see him right now.
Quite sure that's how it works. If he were a illusionist, he could make this version of her like a hard light. A hard light projection like Red Dwarf. I don't know.
So
I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
you see the image of her more or less just stands there stoic as if she's no longer in there. And then it starts to blink again and she says, he can send you a message after this one. However, he can only concentrate on one instance of this spell at a time. He also
fine.
will urge you to accept the Emperor's offer.
That's fine. I still want to hear what he has to say.
But we're also like on a mission from Zarius's god. So, right, Zarius?
Well, I would encourage Zarius then to ask his god whether or not T-hole poses the risk we believe him to. I have no doubt that if you do so fairly, your god, whatever your god might be, will agree with us. I will
I
allow
guess everyone
Buckner to break
has-
this spell so that he may speak to you himself.
Sounds good. Why does everyone have such low confidence in me?
Oh, actually, Bucknerd is telling me he has never seen this ship before. So he cannot appear here.
Can't you like
Oh,
use magic to pull the image from your mind?
What? How would I do that?
No, not you, him.
I don't
Is-
know how that would
it-
work.
Is Buckner standing right next to you, Empress?
He is about 15 feet away from me. I can't
You-
see him at the moment. I can either see what this image sees or see what my normal body sees.
Oh, well, when you're done, please strike him in the groin repeatedly for me. Thank you.
I take it your initial meeting with him did not go well.
I don't take kindly to pervs.
Neither
It did
do
seem
I,
rather
which
inappropriate.
is troubling. So
Now,
I
now I'm even more
assume,
interested in going to see the Emperor. If Buckner's there.
Teal, because you always have to make things difficult, that your answer is no.
for the moment.
Very well. Just remember, you brought this on yourself. And the image fades.
What's wrong with going back to see the Emperor?
And Turbo, by the way, is a classic Latin name. It's where we get the word. So,
Okay. Cool.
I have hesitations. For one, it brings us off course. It's another delay. Two, walking into the Emperor's throne room.
Yeah, I have trouble believing that like we can go there, hear what he has to say, and then be like, we don't want to do that. And then him being like, yeah, okay, cool.
I agree with with Axios's assessment. It's like walking into a lion's den. The last time we encountered Nerva and whatever my son's name was, which is about
Yeah.
accurate deal.
Yeah, that guy.
Palamus.
Telemus.
I couldn't remember either. I was trying to
I was
reference
thinking
him
the
too.
prefect.
The prefect.
Yeah, he was.
yeah.
Prefect.
He was originally, that was the title he was going by, but once upon a time he was Emperor Telemus.
They beat a they did a good number on us back at the prison. Walking into a place where there's not just them, but
All of them.
all of my other spawn, when ungrateful as they may be, it doesn't sound like a wise decision. If anything, their plan, they would might think I would use it because they're going to try to mount an offense against it, and that would be the only way. They could be trying to use me to bring about the end. They just have
Well-
so little faith.
Well, if they can find it, if they know where we are now, they can just send their legions and armies and all the stuff they have. We might as well go find out what they want.
Maybe I shouldn't have left the giant statue.
Oh, and
Should not have
Zarius,
become-
we can assume you tried to scry on Morton Kanan again. But you would have just encountered a fog on the subsequent attempts.
Okay.
Although you could scry on Bucknerd
Yes,
or
you
this
should
woman now that
scry-
you've seen her.
You should scry on Bucknerd to see if he's with her, or at least in
Gross.
scries on them.
See
at,
how
like-
he's perving on her. There are many I could see upon, but I can only do it so many times. We should be careful.
I agree, but
It might, yeah. It might
the
be
next time
addictive.
you're able to.
I could do it now.
Yeah, this is this is basically the morning of the 5th day after you left the island of glass. So, you have all your spell slots.
How far off from Pax Gloranthus are we? Would you say?
You are about 180 miles away.
Didn't you say that?
On a boat, that's how many days travel.
It's in this time of year, actually, because it's summer, it would be about 4 days travel.
I mean, because it's kind of, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Would we have to backtrack to go there?
Yeah, it's would
Oh,
take you probably about 3 days to get back there.
wait a minute, aren't we? Wait, what water system are we on right now? Are we
The
still in the
Athmere.
Athmere?
Yeah.
Yes, you are at the mouth of the Lucanus River.
So then Pax Cloranthus isn't all that far.
Right, it's about 3 days behind you.
Another fucking 3 days.
3 days there, 3 days back.
Yeah. With 3 days to get
And-
there, however fucking long we're there. Like I mean, technically we're not in like a huge hurry, but my people are suffering.
There are a lot of delays to go and to do what Sarius wants to do.
So like, I'm gonna defer to Zarius because Zarius, I don't trust that guy, that Emperor dude, and we're supposed to be on a quest. That's the whole thing, right? That's the reason that we're doing this. So I say, what do you want to do? And that's what I'll do.
I have no desire to see this emperor. He is no emperor of mine.
Captain Pamilio
But
says,
he'll look to T-hole though.
Captain Pamilio chimes in to say, I know no one has asked me what I want to do, but you guys don't own this boat and I don't want the Emperor to impound it because I've got riches waiting for me for all of my heroism. But if I don't show up with the yacht they sent me with, I may have to pay for it. You break it, you bought it.
I wouldn't. Unfortunately, I don't remember my love for Turbo. But
I mean, it was good enough that you had a bunch of concubines.
yeah, I don't remember it that well. And she seems nice, and I don't doubt her character, because I wouldn't have engaged in with someone of incorrect character.
Also, I just
But
want to.
I
Sorry.
don't trust the system. That's the problem. Sorry, Aurelia.
Guys, can you just come here for a second? Captain Pamilio, I think one of the crew are calling you over for something.
He looks around because all 5 crew are like above deck.
Okay.
Oh, I get it. And then he walks back to the wheel, to the back of the ship.
There he is. Keyhole, Aurelia. So I might have cast a spell on Captain Familio,
This is
and
obvious.
that might be the reason why he thinks the things that he thinks, and that spell is gonna run out in a few days, and I don't know what's gonna happen.
Recast it.
I mean, I could
look at
try, but that might not work.
T-hole, and you're worried about the Emperor?
There's
Yeah,
a
it'll
lot
run,
to
it'll
worry
run out in
about.
2 days. A little more than 2 days. 2.5.
So, I mean, he might still buy it, and things might just continue as they are. But then he might also, on the other hand, be like, wait, they just promised us 5 gold pieces a day. And I just took their word for it. That doesn't seem like me. And then he might then start asking questions, and then realizing, oh, that's not like me.
Right. So
Sounds
the sailors negotiated to get 5 gold pieces a day. The captain's just getting paid by Don Petronio.
Oh, right. Okay.
You just convinced him that Don Petronio would be so thrilled with his heroism that he'd be like famous, and
That's
that's how
right.
he made
Yeah.
his money.
Yeah.
But you now have about like 20 to 22 days to sail to Lucianum upriver, and only 2.5 days left before he realizes he risked his life to go back and stop something, and he didn't even know what the hell that was.
um this sounds like a problem for future us.
Well, okay, hear me out. Pax Chloranthus is only like a couple days away.
3.
Maybe we can get to Pax Chloranthus, sneak in, find a new boat, and then sneak out.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to hit this problem either way. It's going to take you more than 2 days to sail to Pachylanthus. So, the spell's probably going to, unless you recast it, the spell's probably going to run out before you get there.
I'm just Axius is recalling his self-believed clever and foolproof spell work failing multiple times in a town full of like just regular townies. So his confidence has been it's taken a bit of a blow.
Well, at least if we're on our way back to Lucianum and he is being paid by Don, he is being paid by Don Petronio to return his ship to Lucianum at some point, then we'll at least be on the way. He may be mad, and we'll have to try to reason with him to not get thrown off. But we'll at least be in a direction that he will find probably amenable.
That's a good idea too.
Also getting it will be difficult to I don't know if I even want to attempt to try to steal a ship out of Pax Claranthus. We might as well just walk into the throne room while we're at it.
The pros and cons of going back and going forward.
I have no time for lists.
Plastic tea hole.
Yet a list we shall make. Going forward means we are closer to our actual goal without
What-
further delay.
What is our goal?
To stop this demonic incursion in my homeland. And it also appears to be close to where Mordenkainen is. Potentially. The sooner we can get down there, the sooner we can deal with both.
And I can only think of cons for like going to Pax Claranthus, like prison, death, torture, rape.
The thing about going back to Pax Claranthus is that most of it isn't unknown. They could be true to their word.
But
Or
then
we could convince them.
There will be no convincing them. They will.
Well, this
They
one,
at least.
this one with his head gesturing towards Axius, managed to convince our ship's captain to do things.
yeah, but the higher up peoples tend to have protections against the kind of thing I used, like
Well,
other mages. Also,
Actually-
I'm not sure how familiar you guys are. I mean, T-Hole, you used to be a wizard, but you also like, I think, outlawed wizardry or something during a reign. Anyways, what I do is pretty illegal.
but and we don't want to get caught. There is also the matter of Ghost Read being available in Pax Claranthus. And
Is most certainly available where I'm from.
yeah,
Dagger-
but one of
Daggerface
those is 3
chimes in.
days away.
Be a drug
Daggerface
run.
chimes in to say, okay, just hear me out on this. What if we split the party? One part of the party consisting of all of us but T-Hole. We go and do what we need to do. And T-Hole goes to Pax Claranthus where he faces prison and rape and all those other things that Axius said. They only want T-Hole, right? The rest of us, they said we're just hangers on as far as they're concerned.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
We are
Sounds
bound.
Pretty good to me.
We are bound. We will
Mm, We could send,
go.
we could let T off right here. He could just walk back.
Walk back in the water.
I mean, the shore's right there. He could swim.
I Ghostweed does sound really good though.
And let's face it, if anyone's going to end the world,
It'd be my kin.
it would be T-Hole.
No, it'd be my kin.
I mean, her
be either of
saying
them.
that you're not the good guy was pretty compelling.
You would trust my ex-wife?
Over you? Yes. I've just met the lady, so of course I would. You have to earn this sort of dislike and enmity.
That's
Daggerface.
fair.
Daggerface, I'm getting the sense that you don't like T-Hole.
You're getting that sense, are you? It's good. You must be coming down off your high, junkie. This is the man who, for no reason, tricked me into giving up my immortal soul. One only wonders, I hope Ghostweed works. Every time you use Ghostweed, I'm coming. I'm coming.
T-Hole,
Oh.
did you say there was somebody, some spirit wanted to talk to me?
I did.
That was it.
Maybe I should talk to that spirit before we go much further. Maybe they have some insight.
Do you have a method for doing that?
No, that's up to you.
Do not possess any more.
We need more Ghostweed
You and I,
for both of us.
you and I, Aurelia, would require the ghost weed.
What, you're gonna leave me out?
Is that the only way to communicate would be the ghost weed?
Yes.
You leave Axius sober?
I have plenty of.
You gotta get enough Ghostweed for all of us.
Zaris will just put a hand on Teal's shoulder. It will be fine.
No, it won't, man. Don't lie to me.
T-Hole, you need to chill. And he passes a spliff of some glass grass.
Ghostweed? Oh, it's not Ghostweed. It's a fake. Ugh.
And you had it before. You enjoyed it.
Before I knew what drugs were like.
Learned
Right.
it from watching you.
What real drugs were like.
Yeah, Teal's been addicted before, so I don't know that it can be blamed on Axius. Although it wasn't to ghost weed, you were addicted to night bloom powder
Yeah.
when the dwarf blew it into your face.
Been on all kinds of shit.
It's the hard knock life.
So I think we're
So-
not going to put Teal off the ship.
No, like let's just go south. Let's see if we can find a town or something. You don't need there's Ghostweed other places probably.
Right. And for us non-weed heads, we'll just head to Lucianum.
So I'm gonna send a message to Lady Turbo.
Okay.
I don't have that prepared, so I gotta use an action point.
There's her name.
Totally. Lady Turbo. I prefer my type. Prefer my name for her. Um, but I got 25 words. So,
Make 'em count.
yeah, exactly. So as we start sailing on, I gotta compose this message here.
Lady Turbo, willing to give over T-Hole for the right price.
Or the ghost weed.
Technically, if you get rid of T-Hole, then the ghost weed problem is pretty much solved.
Okay, there you go.
So you direct the captain just to continue sailing on.
But also just say kiss my lizard ass like five times. 6 times.
So the river's meanders on through the landscape, winding upstream. The boat isn't quite as swift because the current is against you, but you do see that this part of the countryside is very nice. It's green plains and occasionally dense wilds. There aren't many major obstacles in this river. It's not as wide as some of the great rivers, but you do see that it's pretty calm, at least where it is at its widest. It's extremely calm. Some places it narrows and it becomes a little more tumultuous, but it's always deep enough to accommodate even at least medium-sized boats and cargo vessels. So you do pass by several boats float down the stream. You don't see anyone obviously floating upstream because you're generally faster than most of the boats that could make their way up this river. On the third day going down, you still haven't seen a major settlement. Do you want to stop at like small settlements? Is there some reason other than T-Hole requesting ghostweed? It is less likely you'll find someone willing to sell ghostweed to a stranger in a small settlement because it's illegal within the empire. Or at least it usually is, because it's usually taxed, and most of the trade in it is black market stuff that hasn't been taxed.
I can't see a reason why we'd need to stop. I don't know about
Okay.
anyone else.
So on the fourth day, there's a bit of a storm. The sun disappears. There's lightning flashes, and several times the wind is strong enough that it threatens to push the boat too far to the side. But the magic of this particular boat is enough to steer against the wind and avoid that. On the fifth day, weather calms. You pass the wreckage of a small vessel that's run aground, probably in the storm the day before. You don't see any bodies or anything, but there does seem as though cargo, mostly fruit and grains, have been spilled into the water and are now useless and rotting. On the morning of the sixth day, you see ahead of you there is a stone bridge. It is high enough for this ship to sail under. There's actually two parts to this river. One goes under one of the arches of this bridge. It's small. It probably could accommodate small fishing vessels, certainly like rowboats. The other one is clearly designed for larger ships, but you wonder how some of the bigger ships you've seen sailing downriver made it past this obstacle. It's certainly, the archway is 50 feet tall. It's more than enough to accommodate the mast on this ship, even if you don't take the sails down. Nonetheless, the captain orders the sailors to take down all the rigging as you begin to approach it. Everyone can make me a perception check.
Does she respond to that message?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the message. Let me take a look at that first.
Nice.
She will respond. It's 25 words-ish. So as you're approaching this bridge, you see there are some guards on the bridge at either end. They're probably there to enforce some of the tax laws again, because people using the bridge generally will have to pay some sort of toll. But all of them are armed with bows. There are probably 6 of them total. The top of the bridge has sort of like a high tessellated barrier that covers either side, essentially to keep people from falling off. It would also be pretty easy for people to hide up there. So there could be more people up there. You do see there's also a wagon is stalled on one side. It looks as if there's a problem with one of the horses, as it's making quite a lot of noise. It sounds as if the horse is probably in pain.
So are the people on the bridge with the arrows, are they like making preparations to be able to try and board us to collect taxes or assess our cargo?
They're not stationed in the right place to for that. They are more because they're at either end of the bridge, basically. But they're sort of, you would gather, at least certainly T-Hole would gather, they're almost willfully not looking in your direction, because this is an unusual boat and they can see you clearly and not a glance. You have a sneaking suspicion, T-Hole, that this could be the beginning of an ambush.
I think they're going to ambush us.
We're dealing with that thing up there.
I think it's just a ruse. I think it'd be best if we continued forward and took cover. So we can.
I mean, what else can we do? We're on a river heading under a bridge. So, like, if we're gonna do something, what would he even do? Just get ready for battle?
We don't suppose we
Oh.
have enough time to add more illusions to mess with their mind.
Sure, we could do that.
Oh,
How far? How far is the bridge?
You are the boat is probably about 100 feet away from the bridge. That's also, I guess, 50 feet up, or a little more, 60 feet up. So call it like 130 feet. Call it 120 feet, since that's better for spell ranges.
Cool. Yeah, I'll cast or actually, let's see. Yeah, this is the one. I'll cast Hypnotic Pattern.
So there are people on either side of the bridge that you can see. So which group do you want to catch in the hypnotic pattern? Because they're not right. I sort of spoke. You're about 120 feet away from the bridge, but they're at the far ends of the bridge. They're probably beyond 120 feet.
Okay.
Although you could cast it on the bridge anyway. You just don't see anyone up there right now.
So okay, so first I'll do major image then. And
let's see, I got a 20-foot cube. So I'll create a couple of ogres with big clubs that are there, just appear. Like, I want the image, because I can move the image, right?
Right.
To make it look like a natural movement. So I would want the major image to appear like these ogres like jump up from the water in front of us onto the bridge and begin climbing up and just shouting at everybody and looking like they're about to attack.
So where are the ogres?
I would want them to start like in the water and then from the water leap up onto the bridge.
Okay, so they're swimming in the water?
No, they would just they would
They're off to the side?
so the way I picture it, like it's calm water in front of the boat, and then all of a sudden a giant splash as a couple of big ogres like launch themselves through the air onto the bridge.
Okay. So, but onto the center of the bridge then,
Yes,
where you're closest to on the bridge.
right.
Let me find some ogres.
Got adjust the battle map.
That's true. Yeah, about here. There we go. Okay, so everyone can roll initiative. As you see this, or unless people are doing something else to prepare.
I feel like I might cast control water.
Okay, what are you doing?
Propel the boat forward. Let's get past this. Let's get through this as quick as possible. The less we have to deal with these fucking Jamokes, the better.
Okay, so as the trolls land on the bridge, you realize that there are people who are crouched down behind the crenellations on the bridge. So other archers begin to pop up. You also see that behind the cart where the horse is having trouble, there are a bunch of people who are apparently just behind it as they begin to jostle around now that they've seen these ogres.
But I've revealed their positions.
Right.
They will not surprise us.
They will not surprise you. So now we can roll initiative.
Should I see a battle map?
Yeah.
Do you not see a battle map?
Nope.
No,
I
I
see
see
the
the
world
world
map.
map.
There we go.
There we go.
That's convenient.
Fun. That's some Solomon initiative right there.
When I rolled, it was still on the world map. Do you want me to roll again, or do you want to just use the roll that I had?
You can use the roll that you had.
Okay.
See, this time I decided I found a way to use roll 20 for both, and now I can't figure out which one is my DM one that has all the hidden stuff and which map. I know what to do. So, let's see. That would be weird. Okay, this is the one. So Turbo goes first.
Look, Turbo's there.
Turbo is here.
I'm
Let's
sorry.
get
Every
her
time I
first.
hear Turbo, I don't know why. It makes no sense. I hear right after that in my head a Power Ranger story.
Power Rangers Turbo. See, there's a show on Netflix called Daybreak, and there's a character in there called Turbo. It's like a weird sort of, I don't even know how to describe it. It's kind of a zombie show.
Well, I was thinking like a vampire show with a name like Daybreak.
Right. There was that movie, I think that was called Daybreak.
Oh, someone roll me a D20. Just, you know what? I'm just gonna say the ship is gonna move at the start of every turn.
That makes
After
sense.
after this turn.
Like a lair action.
Essentially, yeah. To see whether or not how easy it is to get away. So there's not a lot she can do at the moment because you're too far. So she is going to take aim at one of you close ones. So I guess T-hole.
Are you ignoring the ogres?
That's a good point. I didn't think about that. Still too far for that. So yeah, she is going to do something different. You see, she holds up her hands and begins to make a series of gestures as if she's casting a spell using her action. And then you can't see because she's facing away from you, facing the ogres, but she's actually very surprised nothing happened because it doesn't work on illusions. So T-hole.
T-hole doesn't have any ranged anything. So I'm gonna use my bonus action to summon my arms.
Wait a minute. T-hole, what level are you?
13.
Can you run on water yet?
I can run up walls.
Yeah, I think that's the same level.
Is it the same? It's the same one.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying to remember which
It's all
the
on
name
one
of
thing. Part of an unarmored movement, ain't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's-
at 9th level, you gain the ability to move along vertical surfaces and across liquids on your turn without falling during the move.
right. So like I'd have to end my movement on solid ground.
I actually don't rule it that way. I think as what you can't do is like just stand there for a turn. And so you basically have to keep moving, but all of this happens at once. So I think you can keep going.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let's say you use Step of the Wind. I mean, you could probably get onto the bridge this turn.
You can run up that vertical surface.
Exactly.
Well, T-hole's going to do that next turn after he has his arms and
Besides,
arms.
looks like these
and,
guys are going to try and shoot some arrows, and you know what monks like to do with arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's basically going to be my turn because I'm not going to get off while and make myself a clear target. So I'm still going to stay on the ship, and if anything, try to like get behind a pillar or something to provide some sort of cover from arrow fire.
Wait, you're
For
using
now.
all you're doing is you're activating your arms.
And my visage.
Why don't you take the dodge action at least?
It's a bonus act. Or
No, you could
No,
take
you
it
can
as
take
a
it as an
regular
action.
action.
oh, okay. I could do that. I haven't used a dodge action before yet. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So that's what I'll do.
Yeah, taking defense allows you to do it as a bonus action, but anybody can do it as a regular action.
Hmm. So that'll be my turn. His arms are activated and using dodge as an action.
Okay. So the archers get to go. Let's see. So you're actually you're in range for all of them. You're in long range for a couple of them. So let's do all the ones you're not in long range for. Who are they going to go after? Oh, that's true. So at least half of them are going to shoot at the illusions. And then 4 are going to shoot at you guys. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 of them don't like Axius. One of them shooting at Nala.
Excuse me.
And let's see, they're all going to use that feature. I assume that misses Axius. Well, that's true. So really, that's an 18.
Let me see if there's something I can do about that. Axius is allergic to arrows.
And then they actually fire another arrow. Or well, at least the first guy fires another arrow. These are not your typical archers. So it's an 18, an 11, and a 25 from the first guy.
I'm gonna. Axius will take 2 of those hits then. So that's 15 damage.
Yep. And then the second guy, I forgot he's going to use his thing too. First one, he didn't need it.
Those all at Axius?
Yes, those are at Axius.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, and then
Is that spell of yours concentration?
yeah, so I'm probably gonna lose concentration, but all 3 of those hit. So that's an additional 8, 13, 19. And then that's 5 concentration checks. I think they're all DC 10, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so concentration is about to end probably. Yep, there it is. So the ogres go away.
Don't have Warcaster, huh?
Oh, actually, I do.
So you have
Think.
advantage.
Do I have Warcaster? Yes, I do. So I do have advantage on that. So then, actually,
You're good.
that's those.
It's two
So 2,
17s.
3, 4. Hey, it didn't go away.
That's why Warcaster's so good.
Yeah, but
I don't have it.
Axios is messed up.
And then
That's that's like half his health right there.
one fires at Nala. But Nala has a fuck ton of hit points. I don't know if it matters. I keep track of Nala's hit points. Then the guys who are out of long range, or who are at long range, I should say.
Is that this group here?
Yeah, the group at the top of the bridge. So that is one at Zarius, one at Nala again, and then one at Captain Pomilio.
I'm way back there. I got like all kinds of cover because of the sails.
That's true, but the sails are like high up over your head. So I wouldn't, you could like duck behind on your turn mast to get cover.
Hmm.
But they're up higher than you and the sails aren't like in their way. So first we'll do the 3 at Zarius. It's a disadvantage. So 17 is as good as they did.
That's not gonna do it.
Yep. So Captain Pomilio.
Which one's Captain Pomilio?
This one.
All right, I will negate that crit. Oh no, wait, is that
They're
disadvantage too?
disadvantaged, aren't they?
That
That's
one
a
is disadvantage too?
disadvantage.
Oh, okay, well, we're good.
But that is still 2 hits on Captain Pomilio. Captain Pomilio is not looking so good. He's not a warrior. He was afraid for his life with reason. And then 3 more at Nala. I don't know why I'm finding the actual one. Uh-oh. Lucky Nala has a lot of hit points.
Is that disadvantage though?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Good, because Nala's too far away for me to stop that crit. Pretty sure it's only 30 feet.
Right. Also, can you do it twice in the same round? Because you
Well, I
just
never
stopped
did
the
it.
crit. Okay.
I didn't have to, right? Because it was a disadvantage.
Right.
They're just too far away.
So you do see from behind the see a bunch of people come running out. But that's all they do this turn. Aurelia.
So do I see the people on the bridge shooting?
Yes, you see everyone now.
Do I notice that it's the Empress shooting at us?
Yes, you can see she is more or less in line with the bow of the ship.
Very disheartened by this development. I'm going to cast greater invisibility on myself.
Okay, you turn invisible. Anything else you're doing?
I'm going to. Let me move. I can move. I'm gonna get near Captain Familio and like stuff him down behind something so he doesn't. So he's not a pin cushion, because we need him to navigate the boat.
That's what I was gonna do. I mean, what kind of navigation do we need anymore? We're on the river.
So so some invisible force is pushing him, telling, "Get down, get down."
I mean, technically you're going upstream on this river and he's the only one who knows how to make the boat's magical drives work. So he's useful. He has his use. So yeah, you push him down. He is essentially, he essentially goes prone behind the ship's wheel.
Okay.
Anything else you're doing? I was just thinking with get down, that sounds like classic bardic inspiration.
Right.
Pretty sure there was a song.
Good luck, Axios, and I'll inspire him.
You're gonna need it.
So,
D10 or D8?
Be 10.
Oh yeah, D10.
so Zarius, you can go.
So how high up was the top of the bridge again from the water?
From where you are, from the bow of the ship, it's about 130 feet, 120 feet, we said.
No, so from the bridge, from the water to the top of the bridge, not from where I'm at, just
Oh, that's about 60 feet up.
that's a shame. Because I could raise the water 20 feet. All right. So yeah, so instead I'm just going to use my action here to redirect flow. Since we're going against the stream, we're not anymore.
So you're not going against the stream anymore?
Yeah, now we're going with the stream. The stream is coming with us.
Oh, okay. So you're just speeding up the ship. That's fine.
Yes, yes. To help us move along there, just like that. And then I don't really have much for bonus actions. So especially not at this range. Yeah, so I will also sort of stand up. Oh shit, wrong selector. Stand up in front of Familio. In fact, I might even bump into Aurelia because I don't see her
Mhm.
as I try to get in front of Familio.
Okay.
But I'm a bigger person than Aurelia is, and they can still clearly see Familio because Aurelia is invisible.
Right. Although he is now, so there is a bit of a railing on the ship. So they probably could still see him, but behind the ship's wheel and over the railing, he does have some cover.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna, be as interposed as I possibly can.
Okay.
How is T-Hole looking? Or not T-Hole, but Axios after taking those hits?
I'm at about half my health. A
Jesus
little
Christ.
bit more than half.
If that's all it took, then I might just let them take you down. That way I can pick you up real easy. All right, I'll pass.
So the ship moves.
Whoa. Whoa. Holy moly.
Falling off.
Actually, I would have only got that far.
Even with the boost in speed from the water.
Yes, it would have gone half that far without the boost in speed from the water.
Captain, speed this fucking ship up.
Everybody has unfortunately been thrown off the ship when it
Yep.
flew back.
Yep.
I don't know why, because everything was still selected, but
It was shifting very slightly every time.
I guess I have to group everything to keep it all in the same relative order. So T-hole, make me a charisma save as Turbo steps up, and you see again, she's ignoring the trolls at this moment, but she's focused in on T-hole. She begins to make the same set of gestures she made at the troll.
Hold on, I'm just double checking something really quick. I'll make the save and then. Oh, great.
You want to use an action point.
I do want to use an action point. That's my second one of the night.
Okay,
That's much
so
better.
you feel almost as if you're being crushed inward. But it's not as if somebody's trying to damage you that way. It's almost as if there's a wind around you that's trying to like suck you into a portal that you can't quite see, but you're able to resist it. That's
Nice.
your turn. And it's your turn now.
So how tall is the bridge again?
It's about 60 feet to get to the top.
Okay, so it's about
Wait,
100.
I'm just realizing now I didn't get to go last round. I'm not on the initiative.
Oh, that's my mistake. What was your initiative?
15.
I forgot that you didn't make it into the thing.
Thought I saw him in there for a moment. I might have been thinking of T-hole. I don't know.
So you can go now and we'll put you in the correct initiative this round.
Okay. So are these guys within 120 feet?
No, they'd be outside of 120 feet.
Okay. If I use an action point, can I extend that range?
Sure.
All right. So I'm gonna drop the concentration on the image and cast.
Oh, you know what? They would have been at 120 feet, so you don't have to use an action point.
Oh, perfect.
My,
I'm
in my head
casting-
math is wrong.
Hypnotic pattern to encompass all these guys here. DC 18.
It's a wisdom save.
Yes.
First, we'll do this one guy. One guy made it. So I'll mark the guys who failed. Well, I don't like that one. You can't see it. Do that. So he failed.
Could I have told Kepri to do something?
You could have.
It'll take her like a couple turns to get there, so
I mean, Kepri's super fast.
60 feet
Yeah.
fly. So if I have her go invisible and then move, you know, I guess 60 feet, I guess she could be up nearly up there basically. So she'll have to,
I
have to wait
assume
till the
she's
next turn.
invisible.
Yeah, go invisible, yeah, and then fly up there.
Okay. So what are you doing, Teal?
And I'm not done. And then
Oh.
once I've done that, I am going to drop prone.
Okay.
Disadvantage on ranged attacks.
Yeah.
Until we're right below.
Are you done now?
Yeah, now I'm done. Sorry.
All right. Teal's gonna move. Teal's gonna jump across or jump over the prow, and start running across the water towards the towards.
So
the,
if you run here, you can't run up the wall because this is an archway over the river. So if you wanted to run up the wall, you have to come here or over this way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't
boat is going to pass under the bridge in that spot.
Gotcha. Well, that's a shame. Well, in that case, what T-Hole's going to do is move about 80 feet this way to the side. Yeah. 80 feet that way. And then, so that'd be, I'm using a Kai point for Step of the Wind. So that allows me 100 feet of movement. So then I would go up 10 feet or 20 feet. And then I will use the remainder of my action to also dash for another 50 feet to try to get to the top. So
Okay.
at this point, like I'm kind of off on like on this cliff edge next to the bridge,
Okay.
I think. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. So this archer in front of you doesn't really know what your capabilities are.
Is he hidden?
No, he's out in the open.
Oh, I don't see his icon.
Maybe he's hidden and well, it doesn't seem so. Let me see. Oh, I guess he is hidden. Doesn't matter. This is sort of in your favor anyway.
Damn.
They're going to shoot arrows at you. But you are then going to throw back at them.
Well, he can only throw one back, but he can catch them all.
Miss. That one hits. And
So you could try to catch it.
I think he automatically catches it, right? Isn't it like a D10 plus your level? or
Yeah,
something.
D10 plus
Plus
level
monk.
plus dexterity.
Yeah, so your level
Yeah, which
alone
is.
is gonna
But
catch
yeah,
it.
yeah, I definitely automatically catch it.
And then now it's just a matter of whether you want to spend the key to throw it back as a reaction. It's more
I'd
deadly.
rather.
It's more deadly than when the way you throw it than the way they are launching it. 'Cause
Sure.
You get to use
just
your.
because I haven't gotten a chance to actually do this as T-hole yet, I will throw it back at the one right directly in front of me. Is that just the attack for the weapon?
It's-
Unarmed
like,
strike
it's your-
for you.
the air-
Yeah, it's like your monk weapon. So you
Mhm.
get to use your
Oh,
monk
gotcha.
damage die and everything.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's really good. Here we go.
Like I said, way more deadly for you.
So that hits.
You didn't. Astral self. That's not the right damage, is it? Oh, I guess
It's the same
it's
as my
just-
monk weapon.
It's just piercing instead of that.
And your martial arts die.
Yeah.
So yeah, he looks pretty injured at that.
That's got to be disheartening. This motherfucker's running up a cliff face, catches your arrow, and throws it and hits you with it.
So just because I'm curious, the other two guys are also shooting arrows at you. They wouldn't have used that actually this time, but. So you catch, well, maybe, yeah, your monk level plus. Yeah, so you even
Your
catch
dex,
that one.
yeah, yeah.
Damn it. So you really can't do anything. And so even though you can punch one of them, they all begin to retreat. So you can take an attack of opportunity if you want against the guy who's already injured.
Oh, I have. I'm not only going to take it, but I'm going to use activate my Sentinel feat on one of them.
Right.
So long as you hit.
That does not hit. He is armored. So they are able to retreat a bit. The other archers. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just imagining a Morpheus moment. Come on, stop trying to hit me and hit me. But with arrows.
It's really only 6 targets for them now. So number of them are going after Axius.
How many?
3 are going after you. So we'll do them first.
Well, it's at disadvantage, so that one misses.
Right, because you're laying down.
Miss, 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 miss.
So they miss.
Yes.
One of them,
Ah!
this one's going after one of the random sailors. And hit all 3 times.
Lost another sailor that Zarius won't raise.
No, he looks okay, or she looks okay rather. But you are right that Zarius will raise it. And then one's going after the other identically icon sailor. Also hitting every time.
Hit the
That one
deck.
also, That one also looks okay.
Pretty sure this is where that term came from. Hit the deck. You're being assaulted. Get the fuck down.
These guys have less of a shot at the people at the front of the ship. They can only go after, I mean, they can't really, the captain's on the ground, so they can't see him, and they can't see Aurelia at all. So it's one of the sailors, and Zarius is the only one these three archers at the back can go after. And they're at disadvantage. So. That's Zarius. That's the other guy. One at Zarius, two at the other guy. The 22 hit?
Oh, 22 hit me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
How would a 20? Where's this 22 coming from?
longbow, Imperial Archer.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Oh, you're right. You're right. He is disadvantaged. I forgot. It's a miss. That hits the sailor. That hits the sailor. That kills the
Goddamn.
sailor.
Oh.
How far up is the bridge?
60 feet up
feet.
from the surface of the water. So Axios' turn.
I'm gonna hold my action until the ship moves. Until we get closer.
Okay. So this one lone guy who somehow evaded this thing. Your spell effect. I forget, the spell effect only goes off once, right? He can stay in the area and not be affected.
That is a good question. Let me repost it.
Yeah, appears for a moment and vanishes. So he is going to use his action to try to shake this guy out of his stupor. This guy next to him. And then he'll move to here. So, yeah, to there. That's their whole turn though, because everybody else is still stuck in that stupor. Aurelia.
So I can just reach the southernmost archer that's on the bridge in the line, not the three, not the crowded three, the first one. Let me see if I can mark my guy here. Yeah, it's not working, but
This guy?
oh, go ahead and do it. Yep, that guy. I'm gonna hit him Eldritch Blast. I'm at 115, so it's 120.
That hits.
Second one. And then third one.
They all hit.
Then I will move. Oh, now I got it to do it. Over here.
Anything else?
Let's see. No, nothing. Not anything right now. Nope.
And then this guy. He's gonna wake up one of these Praetorians, I guess. And he's gonna move over here. Zarius and Kepri.
All right. So Kepri is gonna do it from behind Turbo here. But
Hashtag Pornhub.
going to attempt suggestion saying you should jump in the water.
Okay. What's her spell save DC?
Not amazing. Looks like it's 13. What is this? Save. Wisdom save.
She failed.
Holy shit. And then Kepri will immediately go invisible again and fly off the back here and just sort of dive down and be sort of clinging to the wall underneath the thing, waiting for the ship.
So she is going to dive into the water on her turn.
Yeah. No, I meant Kepri. So
Right.
Kepri would have to turn back invisible and then dip out again. And just basically wait on the backside here for the ship to come by and we'll fly down to it.
Okay. What are you doing?
And then me, can I spare the dying on that guy that got nailed back here?
He's dead.
I didn't catch it in time, huh?
These little NPCs don't get much.
Yeah, but just being in the sheer presence should be enough to inspire them to want to live.
Nah.
All that XP he got from the last fight.
Right.
I don't like the look of that.
Right.
Sorry, you were saying.
Let's see here. I gotta make sure, do I have to? The water continues to move in the direction you choose until the spell ends, or you choose a different effect. Okay, cool. I don't have to spend an action continuing to control the water like that. My range is very limited. That's always an issue. The moment they become in the range, I won't be able to see them because it will be too far down. And let's switch to that. 30 feet. It's either 30 or 60 feet. Yeah. I don't have a whole lot, honestly. Yeah, literally everything just is too far away. And T-hole is off to the races over there. So should be able to move forward. And then I guess I'll just do, you know what? Yeah. So no, yeah, no. So I'm gonna do Death Ward on Axios. Perhaps
Okay.
save you from being outright murdered.
I like being not outright murdered.
Make it easier for me to heal you whenever you go unconscious, though. But yeah, so it's like I chant a quick spell, and you hear a sort of howling of some sort of jackal off in the distance.
I'm gonna give my symbol the Eye of Osiris.
I figured you'd howl back.
A bloodshot eye of Osiris.
No, he would go zoinks.
So is that it?
Never.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. So everyone, I'm on the wrong layer. That's the problem. Everyone can be prepared to move yourself back onto the ship. And now Axios gets to go because he was holding his action.
Jack.
Technically, I think this was something like that. That's fine.
Perfect. All right. So my conundrum is not that my spells are short range. My conundrum is that most of them require concentration. There's one spell that doesn't. So I'm going to use an action point to prepare a spell that I didn't have prepared. Can I do that?
Okay. Yep.
So I am going.
You can use it. You can use an action point to cast a spell you don't have prepared. It doesn't make it prepared.
Okay, that's fine then. Either way, same effect. I'm going to cast a 7th level sleep. So that is
So where are you centering it?
7d8 or 17d8. So I choose a point in creatures within 20 feet.
Good spot.
I'll go with these guys. So I'll center it here, so that I can get these 4 archers.
Okay. So this guy definitely falls asleep. This one here, your good sleep icon. Let's see.
71 total hit points.
Go with that. This guy here is asleep. That leaves. Yeah, that's the only one who falls asleep.
And then I fall back prone.
Okay. So let me just check something on her before she jumps into the water. Since that's just her movement. So she runs forward and leaps over the little wall and is about to splash into the water and definitely take some damage. But she is able to teleport. Where would she go, though? Maybe she'll take the damage first. Because she's hitting water, she doesn't take quite as much falling damage as she otherwise would. So she splashes into the water. And then you see, you know, actually she probably should. 4, 5. She appears in the midst of you. Teal, it's your turn.
He is kind of looking up at her from the ground. Oh no.
T-Hole's gonna run up to.
That's true. That's true. She could actually do one other thing. But who? Oh, you
Come
know
on,
what? Captain Pamilio. We'll see if he can make a charisma save. He does not make his charisma save. She can still do this. So Captain Pamilio, you see he groans as he's laying on the deck. And then you hear a popping sound as he vanishes. And in his place, one of her guards shows up. Now it's Teal's turn.
T-Hole's going to attack the injured one
Okay, go ahead.
with his.
That does not hit.
That
Might hit. Let me check.
Are you sure? It looks dicey.
Dicey.
Is he still up?
He is still up.
And then
He
I'll
is
use
not by much, but still up.
I'll use my bonus action for. Well, actually, I have my martial arts die.
He is not still up.
All right, so I beat that guy into the ground, step over his body, and then start wailing on this one with my bonus action.
Second one's a hit.
And I'm going to spend a Kai point to attempt a stunning strike.
Okay. He's stunned.
And that's my turn.
Wait, Mark, this guy is stunned. The other one drops his bow and draws his short sword as he steps up. But misses. See, all of that archer is asleep. This archer. Well, they can now see T-Hole clearly enough, so he's in the mix too.
And I did. So I'm only able to. It's a reaction to catch. So I can only catch one.
I see.
As cool as it would be to Morpheus at all.
So they don't give a shit about T-Hole for whatever reason.
That guy's not a threat. He's still over there.
But Nala is getting a few. Now I'm just going to apply their average damage to Nala, since it's probably long rest anyway. to get rid of this damage. Oh. And Axios is getting 2. Axios is getting 3. But you're prone, so they have disadvantage. But they're going to use their thing again to try to hit you. First guy. So
Wait a minute, so
his
that's adding 3
to the first
to
one.
the, okay, that's a mess.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a mess. That's a mess.
The second one's going to do the same thing. Miss.
No,
Maybe
no.
19 hit.
It would, except. I'm using my illusory self to negate that.
Okay. And third guy who's coming after you will do the same thing. Miss, miss, miss. And let's see, where are they going after?
I feel like when I get up, I'm going to have like an outline of my body in arrows.
Yeah.
Going after one of the sailors. One of them hit. So this guy takes more damage. These archers really can't hit anybody anymore that they can see. So they're going to move. Let's put them about there. And it's Axios' turn again. So now you've got this woman behind you and she's standing
Yeah.
and she has a sword.
All right. So, I mean, I don't like the guys on the bridge, but I'm only keeping 2 of them out of the fight now. So Axios is going to spend half of his movement getting up. He's going to spend 5, 10 feet moving, interposing between himself and them. And then take off the prone, not prone anymore. I am casting, dropping concentration, casting Shadow Blade at 5th level as a bonus action. So I have a pair of psychedelic blades that look to be like moving rainbow tie-dye type color. But then I empower them further with necromantic energy, causing them to have a shadow that forms around them. So as an action, I'm going to cast Vampiric Blade through the shadow daggers. So, that's this cantrip right here. So here's my attack roll.
Who are you attacking? Her?
Her, yeah. Wait, why didn't it roll the damage?
So that hits her.
So 18 psychic damage, 3 necrotic, and I'd get 6 temporary hit points. It's weird that didn't roll the damage.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
So the Praetorian behind you will step up. He has a long
Oh, I
sword.
didn't know there was that guy there too.
Yeah, she teleported him in.
Okay.
So he has a long sword and a short sword.
Uh-huh.
He is going to attack you with the long sword first.
Okay. So before he does that, because this is, instinctive, he's going to be using his unsettling visage. Everybody that can see him now knows that he's a changeling. But it imposes disadvantage on the attacks.
Okay. So first one missed anyway. Second one missed, and then short sword. Short sword missed. All of these Praetorians are now awake because you drop concentration. So this one, because they're dicks, is going to stab at Captain Familio. No, he missed once. Oh, I shouldn't. That shouldn't have been. That should have been. I'll let that stand. That should have been a short sword, though. And then this one, Captain Familio is still prone because that's how he was teleported. But so he's just going to run past him. This one will do the same, leaping over Captain Familio. He is running towards T-hole, basically. This guy does the same thing. Aurelia,
Okay.
only one of them was kind of a dick. The rest of them are nice guys.
So I don't know if this will, if I have to change anything. But how close is she to me? Probably like 10
She
feet
is
away
like
from-
5 feet away from you.
Okay. So I'm going to take out my bandador, swing it around, and begin to strum a tune and cast Modify Memory on her. So she doesn't have to see me. She can just hear me, and I don't have to touch her.
Right. So what's the save?
She's at disadvantage. It's Wisdom,
What's the DC?
18.
Put up modify memory. She failed. It's a long spell.
Well, there's concentration, so I guess technically I got to drop greater invisibility.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So she is just standing there listening to the music. And at that point, unseen, or at least some of you who are focusing at the front of the ship, see the two sailors who've actually taken quite a pounding from the archers. Both of them look at each other and you watch as their skin begins to turn red and they begin to grow to an enormous size. And in their place, move one somewhere where, so we can see everybody.
Right, sure, right next to Axios.
I'll keep him away from Axios then.
No, no, no. I mean, it makes sense.
Well, I was only moving them there so that I could get access to some of the tokens.
Uh,
They're just gonna step over here. And they're gonna wail on this incapacitated woman. Because they are dicks.
They're fighting with us.
Seems as though they are. So their little magical daggers have grown into giant scimitars. They still managed to miss.
I thought it was weird that they weren't there squishy.
So the other 3 sailors who you hired seem terrified. Zarius is in the way, so he can't actually get at her with his scimitar. She can't get at this woman with his scimitar. So what else does she have? Damn it. Lost her character sheet.
Well, that means that Aurelia, your modified memory is gone now
Why?
because she took damage.
Because they attacked her?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fuckers.
But she is pretty severely burned. This guy up here, he is going to run forward until he can see the ship again now that everybody's awake. What will he do? You see, he points down in front of the ship so that he is trying to carefully avoid hitting his own people. This won't affect the Ifrit at all. I mean, actually, I guess, yeah, that's true. It doesn't make any sense. He'd only catch Nala and Sarius in that, so. We'll do this.
Well,
What was that?
I'm just trying to guess what it is. Seems like a ray effect.
No. So he is going to catch the 2 Ifrit, Zarius and Nala in this effect. As ice begins to fall from the sky.
I love rock hard ice.
So
I don't
every,
know why.
so the Ifrit and Zarius make me deck saves.
Hopefully that doesn't damage the ship too bad.
I keep inadvertently closing out. Oh, they do not have a good deck saves. One of them made it. So 24 if you failed. And Zarius' turn. And Kepri.
Sorry, I was muted. Zarius will be a little confused, but by these folks, but he likes allies, so that's fine. Does he know what they are?
They're reasonably famous, and you're from a desert area, so I would say you would know,
Okay.
or at least you know, you have a pretty good guess enough that
Right.
Maybe you might confuse something else for an Efreet, but be pretty sure in this case.
Right. Well then, yeah, so I guess then what Zarius will do is I need to reload my page here in a second. I'll probably have to go move a tad. No, I don't have to. Unless this guy wants to. No, I don't. I'm not going to move. So I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians. I didn't make that save yet, but
Right.
which is good because that was a shit fucking roll. And then I think I'll use an action point to take the dodge action.
Okay.
No, I'm
Anything-
sorry. I totally forgot. I can't do Spirit Guardians because then I'll lose the control water. So that's also gonna lose control water. Goddamn concentration spells. Bastards.
Toll the Dead.
Yeah, probably. It's looking like it. No other grid option because Axios is right in the middle of them.
Believe me, I don't want to be.
So yeah, it'll just be the Toll the Dead instead. Sorry.
Against who?
On her, on the bitch.
He holds back.
She failed.
Turbo. But I'll still use the action point and take the dodge action.
Okay.
That way I hopefully don't lose concentration. Oh wait, I took damage, so maybe I already did. Fuck. Oh. Okay. So I did lose concentration.
So do you want to
Son of a
change
bitch.
your action?
Yeah, go back to the Spirit Guardians. Spirit Guardians, she could have her 28 hit points back for now.
Yep.
That was a good fucking roll. That was a good roll. 6, 5, and a 12. All right, whatever. There we go.
Okay.
Original actions performed.
This will. So on my screen, nobody has shifted off the boat, but now I'm going to click off. Only one
I
person.
I definitely did. I moved myself back.
Move everybody back a bit. This guy fell off the side. He's dead.
He's become Jetsam.
Let's move everybody back a little bit. Who's there? Okay. She is not incapacitated anymore. So her short sword in her hand. She's reasonably smart about these things. She looks at well, Aurelia proved a
Oh.
little bit dangerous too, but she looks at Axius and
Is it her
says,
turn?
yes,
She's got to make that wisdom save.
you're right.
Well, you can't roll more than 28. She obviously survived that one.
Right. Yeah, still important. Her movement is halved in there too. So
So through this sort of this whirling spectral whirlpool around Zarius, she looks at Axius and says, I am sorry about this, but duty calls.
you said duty.
So make me a constitution save.
Nice.
Nice.
So you made it. So you take the 12 piercing and 20 necrotic damage. And oh, I forgot. She is she has an ally within 5 feet.
What's
What?
supposed to mean?
She has an ally within 5 feet of you. So she gets her sneak attack damage.
This bitch.
Damn.
Okay.
That was
Uh,
a good roll.
all right. I'm
Yeah.
at 1 hit point thanks to Zarius's death ward.
I got you.
Strong one.
And
The
and
howl.
so
You hear that howl real close by. You're about to
that
fall
is-
over, and like there's this like dog nobody else sees, only you see it. There's like this large jackal that stands you back up again.
So then that.
And then she does it again. So she doesn't get sneak attack
20.
damage this time.
Plus-
Miss. That's unfortunate.
Wait. Okay. So
Now you're unconscious.
Not to meta, but to meta. What is your AC?
it is 17.
Oh Christ. Okay.
So
Can't stop a 28.
right, but no, I was trying to figure out if I have anything else that I could use, but no, I used my reactions poorly. All right, I'm down.
But that's her turn.
Where'd Nala go? I thought Nala not on the.
No,
Oh,
I
Nala can take damage, but Nala can't do shit.
right, because I don't want to run her.
Damn it, Brendan.
Right. But I mean, she's taken some attacks. Soaked up damage. So T-Hole, it's your turn.
So, I got a question. So I'm about 75 feet or 70 feet or so from where the prow is at.
Right.
If I ran and then jumped, and now that doesn't count as movement because it's just falling. Does that work? Like, how does that work with the turn? Like,
So
because it takes time to fall. So, like, would I be able to run, jump, fall, and then make an attack? Would I have enough, or would that not work mechanically?
I mean, if it's, if basically if you can initiate I usually say that however far your actual jump is, it takes up about half of your movement for purposes of things like this. So in order to sort of make it to the end and initiate the jump, you have to have at least about 15 feet of movement left. I don't always enforce half, but 15 just to start the jump. And if you basically still have your turn at the end of that, yes, you can attack. If you still have your action, you can attack. So jumping is typically just part of your movement, or your bonus
Gotcha.
action dash or whatever. So you probably can do it.
Okay.
Although there's a question about how far into the boat can you jump? Unless you want to
Right.
attack the Efreet, because they're the ones who are right underneath you when you jump.
Just jump on top of the Efreet.
They're pretty easygoing. I'm sure they won't mind.
I mean, you reduce your fall damage. So if you reduce your fall damage to 0, then I mean they couldn't have felt anything from that, right?
Yeah, I am gonna do that. So I'm gonna run to about 70 feet to about here. Pointer
Okay.
to here. And then so I'm using a Kai point for Step of the Wind, so I can have 100 feet of movement.
Okay.
And that means I still have 30 left. So I should be able to make this jump.
Yep.
Enough movement to make the jump. Ideally, I want to try to land, somewhere over here.
I think the guy you ran away from actually managed to hit you with a short sword.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, and he's got Sentinel too.
Yeah.
That shit
So yeah, you're able to jump. Now, how far can you jump?
That's a good question. I don't know what
the moon.
the jumping rules are offhand for about distance.
is.
It's like your strength score, right?
Hey, you could use Dex because you're a monk.
Well, I have my arms. Yeah, that the dex would be better.
So normally it's if you have a 10-foot movement, you can do your strength score or your dex score in this case in long distance.
Okay,
Right.
So what's your dex score?
5. So I could do 5 feet.
No.
20.
Score.
Oh, 20. Oh,
Yeah,
20.
bonus.
So
So
20
you could
feet.
you can jump 20 feet in, but I would say you could jump about 30 because you're falling down further than you normally would.
Yeah. So that would land me about here. Ish.
Because you're practically gliding. Was it the slow fall?
Yeah, actually, that would land me basically right here. Come on, man. Right here.
So are you jumping on Zarius or the Efreet?
The Efreet. Yeah, like right here. Ish.
Okay.
You're
So it's
you're in there somewhere.
right. It's 66 falling damage. So how much do you manage to knock off of that?
Monk level times 5.
Yep. 13 times 5 is
Okay.
Well,
65.
you actually get hit points.
Yeah.
You gain temporary hit points.
Yeah. So I don't take any damage.
So you then get pushed off into the nearest available space by the annoyed Efreet.
And then I am going to then use my attack action because that was bonus, and take two punches at.
Your ex.
Actually, no. Yeah, I'm gonna take two punches at my ex-wife.
Those both hit.
And to make it extra creepy, I'm gonna attempt a stunning strike.
So she's stunned.
And then
Bitch.
that's the martial arts damage.
Even if I were at full health, she would have killed me.
And that's my turn.
So all of these archers.
Too confused to make any decisions of where to fight because everybody's all over the place.
Chaos. It's anarchy.
Well, this sailor's definitely dead. Sailor number 8 was a sailor, so he's no good. Let's see, this is Freet.
See 3 in there a couple times again.
Right. That's one of the Efreet.
Oh, it's not Axios this time.
No.
I get my corpse.
Right. They're not gonna shoot at the one who's already down.
But then they'd have disadvantage.
There's some damage. And the last one. Last one against the Efreet. No, he did not hit at all.
Has this guy gone yet? Patrick Stewart on the ship?
No,
He's
coming.
still there.
Yeah.
I was just asking if he's gone yet.
No. Nope.
No, he goes with all the other Praetorians. Patrick Stewart is my go-to Praetorian guard because he was Sejanus and I Claudius. And Nala's going to take a bunch of the a bunch of arrows.
The pin cushion.
And then the other Ifrit takes a couple shots, and then that's it. Oh well, the other archers that get to move. That's pretty good. At least they all hit. This archer moves back to pick up his bow, and then it's going to move to about there. This archer is no longer stunned because T-hole went. So take that off. He's going to start running up the bridge. And then the other 3 archers are going to come running down. One of them could get there and fire.
One to pack Cloranthus.
So going after Aurelia. We would do that. Doesn't need it on that one. Well, Zarius is there. I assume Zarius will negate the crit.
If it's down here, yeah. That's against Nala.
Yeah, no, this is Nala. I just gave
Aurelia.
an average damage number 2 to speed things up. This is against Aurelia.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
So it's
Yeah, definitely. I will stop that crit.
Okay,
I guess can I get a quick sense as to where I think the Praetorian's going to apply his trade, if you will? Will he move forward or will he try to assault him on the ground?
You don't get the sense he's going after one of the people on the ground. He's probably going to move forward.
Okay. Okay, then yeah, I will stop that crit.
Okay. So it is 13 points of damage because of his archer thing.
Okay.
And then he takes his other 2 shots. That's another 10 points of damage. And a miss.
Sure. Oh, yeah, okay.
And it's Axios' turn. Make me a death save. Made it. Praetorian. He is going to step up and go after T-hole. I assume that's a miss.
Yeah.
It's a real miss. And a miss.
Also miss.
These Praetorians are going to make themselves slightly more prominent. And then you're all close enough now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So one of the 2 Ifrit and Zarius. Zarius, you get a javelin thrown at you from atop the bridge.
Sure.
That's a
That's
miss,
a
I
no-go.
assume. And then the Ifrit. One of them gets hit.
Oh, that Praetorian has to make a wisdom save.
You're right. Missed.
Gross. The fuck. 8. I'm rolling d8s and I get an 8.
Aurelia.
So she's stunned.
Yes,
I attempt to grab the short sword from her.
you can do that.
Okay.
Can you make me an athletics check?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's enough. You get her short sword from her.
Okay. Is that my action?
Yes.
I'm gonna
If
use an
that's what you
action
want.
point and I'm gonna stab her with it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll a d20 and add whatever I need to add because I don't sword. Assuming I can use a short sword, right?
Yep.
A 6. It's probably not a hit. Or no, I have advantage
Right.
because she's stunned. Wait a second here. 13 plus. Do I get my proficiency?
Yes.
That'd be an 18.
And your dexterity.
Okay, 21.
So that hits. So what's 1d6 plus your dex damage?
She doesn't have all the cool damage. Saying cool sword.
It's not
This has
in the
been-
sword.
Wow, this has been a shit show. Okay, that's 4 damage. That was pretty much okay.
He still took her sword from her. That's still pretty big.
Yeah. Yeah, and like that.
I mean, what's she gonna do now? Punch with
Yeah, and then she'll
a
do like
sneak
40
attack?
necrotic sneak attack damage. Yeah.
Yeah,
probably.
I mean, there's that.
Anything else you're doing?
Wait a second here. I can move because she can't attack me.
Right. I mean, the Ifrit can, but he probably won't.
Well, I hope not. He already ruined my spell, asshole. Okay. All right.
He does not.
Could have been friends. Oh well. That's good. Trying to kill poor Axius. All right, that's it.
So the Efreet, now that you've moved, will move, and this one will move up. And then the other one will do the same. That's their turn. What does he want to do now? So T-hole. You see magic missiles flying down at you from the bridge for 17 damage.
Ouch.
Given T-hole's AC, magic missile may be the easiest way to kill you.
That's fair.
Nobody else can hit. That's his turn. Zarius. Oh, we've lost Zarius.
Hope he heals me.
I don't know. You were pretty cross about his not healing other people.
Yeah,
He may hold a grudge.
Yeah,
he is that type.
yeah.
So unfortunately, this can't actually go under the bridge because the bridge is like part of the map. I'm just gonna move these guys out of the way so I can move the ship. I'll move
I mean,
on
it
back a
could
little
be
bit.
just like ET where the ship is like flying over the bridge.
That would be very special indeed. So she is still stunned. Teal, it's your turn again.
T-hole is going to press the attack and continue wailing on her. And I guess I'll just do.
So one of those misses even with advantage.
And I'm going to attempt a stunning strike to keep the stun going. Got 4 Kai points left.
She failed.
It's my turn.
So these archers, more of whom are in position now. Partially, though, everybody is hidden except from the 7 who are right up against the edge. And I think they can only go after the Efreet. So all of the attacks are against that one Efreet. Miss. That's not good. Not good for them. Oh, 3 misses again.
All right, what I miss? Sorry.
The archers at the, you get to go. I'm just, the ship moved in your absence and now the archers can only target one of the Ifrit. Or, I guess dead Axios. That's true. Are you going to heal Axios this round? Because he's visible. Then.
I would heal Axios, yes. He would still be down, but
That's true. So we'll
Right, but
say-
but I would get a turn.
right. So
well, you wouldn't get a turn before the archers went.
But I'd still be
No.
able to get in
So
there.
so the archers would still wail on the Ifrit, who is not looking so good, and there's a couple archers left going after him.
I guess, well, no, never mind.
Oh, yeah, that Ifrit is not in good shape. If he has another round like that, he'll be dead.
I should have made a wizard that casts fireball.
So now Axios, you can go. Technically, this is before the ship moved.
all right, so you get because you are unconscious, you get max healing, and I'm casting Cure Wounds at 5th level. So that's 5d8 plus 5. So 5 times 8 is 40 plus another 5, so 45 total.
I'm no longer dead. Just prone. All right, so now I can go.
Well, so he would have went essentially at the end of last turn to heal you. Then the ship moved. Then the archers peppered everyone with arrows. So your turn is still coming up.
Right, no, that's what I meant. Like,
Right.
because,
So yeah, now you can go.
okay. So I get up a little dazed and confused. How does this chick and this dude, how are they appearing right now?
The Praetorian looks fine. The chick looks like she's about to die. Praetorian's a little wounded.
So then I am going to use a bonus action to cast Shadow Blade at 5th level again. And I'm gonna strike the Praetorian with my guy. I'm gonna use Aurelia's inspiration to add to that roll. It is worthless. So I missed.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's all.
So this Praetorian on the boat, he grabs stunned Turbo and then they leap over the side, or he drags her over the side. splashing
wait a
into the
minute.
water.
Wisdom save.
I'm
That's good.
And I get reaction attack of opportunity.
Against him, yeah.
That's some serious damage there.
It's better.
So he takes the 18 damage.
Yeah,
Mr.
and
in
then
T-hole.
Oh, go ahead,
Sorry,
people.
go
You
on.
go first.
I was gonna say T-Hole gets an opportunity, attack of opportunity.
That's
He
fair.
is- He is right
He's
there.
Sentinel. That hits. So
Doesn't that-
he can't move, but he's still dropping her over the side.
Right. And then I get my attack of opportunity, which I'm taking on him. And because I have Warcaster,
That does not hit.
where's the why it's not rolling damage? Is that in there?
And then the rest of these guys. Move there. These two guys are going to leap down and they will just take the damage.
And make the wisdom saves.
Right. Well, let's give them both the same damage.
Oh, the damage from before, but that works too. I don't know.
No, I meant same to falling damage as they land on the
Oh,
deck of
yeah,
the
yeah.
ship.
Gotcha.
Then I'll make their saves.
Don't they also land prone since they took damage?
Yep. Uh, 15. Okay. So they're both two people come splat prone onto the deck. Apparently,
But they're there.
Praetorians are dedicated enough that they left from 60 feet up onto the deck of the ship. But they will, they still have some movement left. Well, this one probably doesn't have enough. One of them has enough movement to stand up. The other one does not. So the one who stands up, there's really three people he can attack. He's going after the Ifrit. He kills the Ifrit. Then with a short sword attack, he's going after Axius.
I have to make a con save. Made it.
The Ifrit, however, when it dies,
Oh, it explodes, doesn't it?
I'm sure it bursts into flames. So it looks as if it is about to fall out of the boat and into the water, but even without touching the water, its body disintegrates into ash, and in a flash of fire, it is completely gone. But nobody takes damage. These other Praetorians, well, their whole thing was gone. So the other Praetorians start moving back. And it's Aurelia's turn. You there, Peter?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry. I was gonna do something and then I realized I can't do that because okay. All right, that Praetorian in front of me, I'm gonna hit it with Dissonant Whispers. Spells where I got it. Something works.
Does a wisdom save?
Uh,
Failed.
He takes that damage and he needs to use his reaction, if available, to move as far away from me as speed allows.
It's a question. Does it require him to leap into the water? Because he can only make it 5 feet if he goes that way, and he can't really go in any other direction.
So it doesn't move into obvious dangerous grounds, but the water really isn't.
Yeah, I'll say he jumps into the water. So everyone who has a melee weapon can take an attack of opportunity.
Oh, wait a minute. Did I already?
Wait a second. Hey, I've got one of those.
Oh yeah, I guess I can make it too.
Did
You're
I,
far
did I
away.
already use my reaction though? I think I did. Because that was
Yeah,
after, so-
right. So did you, Teal, when you attacked this guy to keep
Oh,
him on the
man.
boat.
I'm just gonna
So that won't-
pocket that crit there for a second. My reactions are a bit valuable and my ability to negate crits, so I will refrain from swinging at him.
I am not going to use my reaction to hit him.
Okay, so he's just in the water.
Yeah.
The Ifrit begins to speak in a language that none of you speak, and he vanishes. You see a giant doorway of fire appears behind him, or at least a giant doorway wreathed in fire. It appears to be black as coal on the inside of the doorway, and he steps backward, and the door then collapses in upon itself in a ball of flame that then vanishes.
Do we see Crick in there?
You didn't see him in there, but there may be a relationship between them and him.
Oh boy.
This
There are
guy,
damn meat shields.
Right.
mm, well, the important people are in the water now. He'll just do this again. Not going to be able to use that anyway, so. He fires magic missiles this time at, well, 1, 2, 3. At Aurelia. You take 20 damage as these missiles slam into you.
All right. Use my reaction. Hellish Rebuke. Or should I say, Rebuke of the Void. Asshole.
A shield would be better.
I don't have that.
So what's the range on Hellish Rebuke? 60?
60.
Okay, that's fine.
Um,
What's the save?
60 feet. I mean, no, Dex.
Oh, that's a big fail.
Take that sucker. How about some of that void fire for your ass?
And although he has not been hit yet. You hear his scream as he bursts into flame and dies. Or whatever it is from the void. Necrotic energy causes him to age and wither and die.
The hell with that guy.
Better than 4 o'clock, which is it's getting close.
Zarius.
So, Kepri. It's gonna use major image and make it appear as though way off in the distance. It's gonna look like it's way off in the distance, just for the the way the sound is gonna be. But because it's like 120 feet away or whatever, and it can only be so big. So it's going to give the illusion that it's a lot bigger, just really far away by the sounds that it makes, but it's going to sound like a big angry dragon.
Okay.
Yeah, so she'll cast that. She's still sort of like clinging down to the underside just about of this bridge here, but otherwise it is what it is.
Right. So you all hear the roar. Only Kepri at the moment knows that it's Kepri. Everyone else.
Well,
I mean, maybe
she-
Zarius could
She and I have
telepathically.
have a telepathic bond here.
So, you can't be too sure. I mean, these are sort of the cream of the Imperial Army. I don't know that they'll run,
Damn dragon riders.
but some of them
Just to be sure.
probably
We
will.
might run. What are you talking about?
And now the ship moves.
I still have my turn.
Oh, you're right.
So this, let's see here. This guy I know has been hit. What about, has this one been hit yet?
He was been slightly damaged he's prone and slightly damaged by your spirit guardians in the fall.
Oh, he's prone. Oh, lovely. Well then. Perhaps I should apply a specific type of damage to this guy. I will speak to my weapon,
Mhm.
and the head will become animate. And then I will lay the head upon this guy on the ground and let its venomous fangs bite into him, hopefully, while also shocking him,
Yep.
because that happens too. So Staff of the Adder. Make sure I'm clicking the right one because I got it in here. Not active, active. Do I have my? I don't have the lightning damage on there. I don't know how much the lightning damage is.
It's 1d8. Oh, well,
Wow,
that's
I
a
rolled
miss.
fucking shit. The fuck? Whatever.
Unfortunately, the snake's head finds the part that's armored.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else?
Nope. Because that's a bonus action and an action, so that's it. I guess I'll shift. I'll just shift. That's it. Not there. There. Maybe I'll go there. Yeah. No, I can't go there. Let's go here. Holy shit.
Didn't move anybody that time.
Boat is moving in a very sudden jerking motion.
Teal went, so she's not stunned anymore.
Teal didn't go yet.
Went last turn, I mean. He
But
didn't
then-
stun her last turn, he stunned her the turn before last.
Yeah, that's correct.
Um,
So she disappears beneath the surface of the water. You're not sure where she goes from there. Teal,
Teal's going to unload on Neil Patrick Harris. Not Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart.
Them too, both of them. Kick both their asses.
Neil Patrick Stewart.
Yeah.
now that you mention it, I could see Neil Patrick Harris playing like the son of Patrick Stewart.
Hmm.
Definitely.
So the 27 and 25 hit. Which one are you
one of
attacking?
those-
The prone one or the,
well, I would attack the prone one.
okay. So there's still the 27 and 25 hit.
And I'm gonna use a Kai point for a stunning strike.
He made
He
it.
makes it.
So you could do another one.
It's all good. That's my turn.
So the archers all have to now run to the other side. Where they can basically see you, Zarius, and Nala.
And a dragon.
That's true. So we'll say half of them are looking for this mystery dragon. And that leaves 6 who are still shooting. So. It's 2 against Nala. And the rest against Zarius. So Nala's just taking that average damage. Nala's still looking pretty good. She has a lot of arrows in her, but an immense pool of hit points. So Zarius, a lot of attacks. That's one.
You got this.
That's one of the 4 archers. What's your AC? 20. So 1 hit. Still only 1 hit. That's 2 more hits. So just those 3 hits.
Make some concentration saves.
24 damage.
Fucking
3 DC 10 concentration saves. Oh.
Yeah. Can't make a con save for some reason.
Axios,
All right, are these guys both prone or just one of them?
just one of them.
This one?
Yep.
All right, I'm stabbing him in the back or the face or whatever is looking up at me.
Husks.
His ass.
Yeah,
That hits.
so he takes 38 damage and I get 6 temporary hit points.
So he's looking rough, very rough. He couldn't take that again. But he is going to stand up. And seeing that he is surrounded,
He's stunned, ain't he? Or no, he made that save,
he
didn't he?
made
Oh.
that save.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So he is going first. He's going to take all the. He has a specific plan this time. He's taking a longsword swing at Axios. Then he's going to try to grapple Axios.
So I take
Sentinel, you could hit him,
16 damage.
but you might be trying to.
Athletics, holy
Ah.
shit. Or-
Damn it. All right, I lose concentration on my blades.
None of us can make con saves.
Well, I've been doing pretty well until now. And then,
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna use my reaction to make an attack against him. Through Sentinel.
Okay, so, but you mean you're making an attack of opportunity when he tries to move or something else?
No,
gets
but
to hit-
Sentinel, when a creature within 5 feet makes an attack against somebody other than you,
Oh, okay,
and they don't have Sentinel feet, you can use your action to make a melee weapon attack against them.
okay. 17 misses.
so then I'll be using my acrobatics. Okay.
So you are
grab
grappled.
me. Yeah.
And then he is going to move the two of you. Zarius, you could take a swing at him.
Yeah, I might. It was, you said it was a D8
Yes, the lightning.
for the
damage.
lightning. Let's go ahead and add that right quick. Yeah, right.
That hit.
Oh, let's roll. It added 5 to the wrong thing. That's supposed to be to the damage and not to the
Oh,
attack roll. So
right.
it's 5 extra lightning damage.
So it's 20 damage total.
So it
looks
looks like
like
a one. It should be +3 on damage.
Wow.
So I rolled a 1 on the piercing damage. Or no, I'm sorry, it's the staff. So I don't know if it has. I don't think it has a. Takes 1d6 piercing damage and must succeed on the save. Yeah, or take the poison damage. Yeah,
Right.
there
And
it
he
is.
takes the poison damage, but it's the 1 base damage plus the 14 poison damage plus 5 lightning damage.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So he is still alive. And then he and Axios fall into the water. But I am to keep it clear who's on the water and who's on the bridge. I'm moving you guys over here. But technically, you are right off the side of the ship. And he is trying to swim away at half speed because he's dragging Axius with him. So you were like,
Axius is just laughing right now because he's like, I can dimension door it anytime I want.
but you can see this guy's really on the verge of death. So
Yeah.
he figured take a prisoner and try to get away more rather than stand there and die like an idiot. And then this guy who is still up, well, he's not had any luck attacking T-hole. What the hell? He's gonna move over and try to grapple Aurelia. Worked for the other guy. He'll take a longsword swing first. Why not? So 11 slashing damage. And then he's going to try to grapple you. Oh, not a good roll for him.
Athletics or acrobatics, right? No.
Yep. So you are
Nice.
able to slip out of the way. And then he's going to jump into the water as well, even though he didn't get you. So you could take an attack of opportunity against him if you want. So move him as well. These two Praetorians are going to run over here.
Okay. Yeah, I think I hit him 15 plus whatever. Plus 3, 18 plus. Yeah, 23. So he's going to take 5 damage.
So he has enough to withstand 5 damage.
Oh, yeah, lucky.
While I'm in the water, do I happen to be able to see T-Hole's ex, Lady Turbo?
You do not see her.
Here's a quick question.
Mhm.
Those longbows, are they magical? Or the arrows?
No.
Okay. Because I was just randomly looking through, and the draconic scales, according in your world, give me resistance to non-magical piercing and slashing.
I had forgotten that, but that is good to keep in mind.
Indeed. I'm gonna go back and confirm what I should have lost instead.
I think it's pretty clear you're going to win this fight at this point. Yeah. But
No, it is so clear. We have still a whole army of archers that will be taking shots at us.
Yeah,
Right. but once the
and
ship
our
makes it,
captain is fucking dead.
yes, the captain is dead, but the ship is sort of moving on its own at this point. And so once the ship gets off the map, these people will probably regroup and just call this a failure, since the point was to abduct T-Hole. And they can't do that without Turbo because she was the one who could possibly subdue him. But no, this one guy still threw a javelin at Zarius and hit for 10 damage. But it's non-magical, so, and then this guy threw one at T-Hole and hit for 9 damage. But you can catch it if you want.
I can't because I used my reaction to
Ah,
attack
that's right.
already.
So 9 damage.
As much as I'd like to.
And Aurelia.
So the a-hole who stabbed me jumped off and jumped into the water.
Right.
And we got, what's his name? Axius is in the water. How's this bridge look? Pretty solid?
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
That's too bad. Uh, And I don't see any targets.
Not from where you are now. I mean, there is, you could see, they're not, or they're actually under the bridge, but there is this Praetorian in the water under the bridge on the side you are. This is the guy who just jumped off after trying to grapple you. And if you walk to the other side, you could see the Praetorian who is dragging Axius away.
Okay. So he's dragging Axius away. All right. So he is in the water. Now, if I tried heat metal, would the water negate any damage?
I would say no, it won't negate any and all damage. I mean, he's got Axius grappled, so to think about that. But I would say it would give him advantage on whatever save there is, or resistance if there's no save. I assume there's a save.
Yeah.
I think it's a save or die spell. But normally, like
well,
underwater,
I'm assuming they're wearing armor.
Yeah, they are. So I
So
would
I-
say since it's like multiple rounds, I would say he'd basically have resistance to the damage as long as he's in the water.
Okay. I'm just gonna go with that. I'm gonna cast heat metal on him, on his whatever armor he's wearing.
I mean, it's gonna give him disadvantage on his ability checks at least, I think.
Yep. So what kind of save is that? Dex?
Well, it says if a creature is holding or wearing the object and takes damage, creature must succeed on a con save or drop it. Well, he's wearing armor. He can't drop his armor.
Right.
So
Okay.
I don't think he gets a save.
Okay. You're right. I remember it now. So what's does it do damage immediately? I forget the spell suddenly.
Any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage. Oh, well, I'm upcasting it, so it'll be 3d fire damage. 3d6. So 12 fire if he's got, and he's in the water, so
So 6.
it'll take 6
He
damage.
is pretty wounded, but he is still alive.
Get kind of warm.
just have to use a bonus action on each turn to reapply the damage, it looks like.
Okay, and all right.
Stoke the fires.
Are there any stairs? Is this like a grate that goes down below or something? In the
Is
back
what
here?
is what a great.
At the back
that's
of
a
the
weird-
ship?
I mean, that is a port that will go down into the first lower deck.
Okay.
So you could
Uh,
lift it up if you wanted to get down there.
Yeah, because I need to take some cover. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. And Zaris' turn.
I don't know what Axios is doing right now.
That's pretty much the whole game.
Don't worry about me.
Well, I guess then just to be, because these motherfuckers, they had the audacity. I shall call down upon them my righteous fury and flame strike them. So 10-foot column, I guess. So I'm gonna hit the 2 praetors. 10-foot radius.
Yeah, so you hit them and
So-
2 of the archers.
and to the other, yeah, the other 2. Just calling it right down there.
Just like that.
2 fails, and then the archers. That's a good save.
Yeah. He made the save, so he takes half.
There you go. Yeah, all the safe ones were up on the bridge. 'Cause they're not as badly off.
No, that's fine. I just, you know, we were just fighting down here. Everybody's gone off our ship. Like we go under the bridge and now everybody's gone as we reappear on the other side. So they just see us standing there. And I just called down this column of white hot light. Kepri will be invisible and come down as well. Sort of get down on, you know, on my back. Like, yeah, not even on my back.
Sure.
She will fly under the ship.
Those are still up here.
Down below decks for Kepri.
So T-hole.
Well, T-hole has no range. And he wouldn't necessarily know. Well, maybe. Has Axius ever cast Dimension Door?
I've cast it multiple times.
Okay, so then he would know that.
In T-hole's presence. I don't remember.
Yeah, in the initial battle against the first beholder creature.
Oh yeah. Okay. So then he would know that you have that, and he'd probably he probably would be wouldn't go after you. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the dodge action.
Okay.
And yeah, that's can't really do anything. So that's my turn.
So, really the archers can kind of see everyone, but there's 3 of you are easiest to see, so. So a number of them are going after T-hole. So 3 of them are going after T-hole. We'll do them first. Three misses. That was 1 hit. So you can catch that one. And then 2 more hits. And I assume Zarius will negate the crit.
I sure will.
Yeah, so that's 7 plus 9 damage.
Yep.
16 total.
And then 2 against Nala. I'll take way more hit points. Now Nala's starting to get down there a bit. It's not quite at half, but down a bit. And then one of them is taking aim at Zarius with his non-magical bow.
Oh, look at that. I guess I get critted. That's fine though. I got a lot of hit points.
So it's 21 from the first crit. And then 20 from the second. Where's this guy been? Oh no, I'm sorry. That was
That was T-hole's.
That was the crit
Yeah.
I negated. Yeah.
yeah. So it's 20 from the crit.
Down to 10.
That's their turn. The rest of the archers, you can hear them doing something, but it sounds as if they're mustering, looking for the dragon they heard.
Still going.
Axius.
All right, I'm gonna use a bonus action to cast Shadow Blade at 3rd level. And then I'm gonna attack this guy that's trying to do this garbage.
That hits. That kills him.
Right. And that's my turn.
Let's go swing this way. I have one more javelin each. Since he was the target, these guys, the 2 Praetorians on the bridge are going to throw javelins at Teal.
The second one hits.
And Aurelia.
Okay. So that guy's dead. I guess maybe do I know that? I don't know. Am I continuing to heat his metal as he?
Well, you're below decks now, so I would think you don't know that.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's only a bonus action to heat the metal, so.
Right. So yeah, that corpse takes 4 more damage as concentration.
Hope Axius let go.
Was Axius going to move at all?
I think he's going for a swim.
I'm under the bridge right now, which is a perfect point for me since the archers can't hit.
Mhm. So is Aurelia doing anything else?
I guess I would just, if I could see, I guess I really can't see anybody. Maybe one of these guys, I don't think I can see Neil Patrick Harris.
No, they're not like leaning over the edge and you're underneath the deck.
Right. Looking out. Yeah, no. I'm just gonna be like, hang in there, Zarius, and give you inspiration.
Suddenly, Zarius' mind is filled with the image of a cat clinging on.
Right.
So it's Zarius' turn.
Yeah, so these guys are pretty much out of range of every one of my spells now that I've moved 30 feet from the bridge, and they're 60 feet up. So everybody on this ship has taken some damage here. Aurelia went below decks, didn't she?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, so I can't heal you down there. Because I don't do none of that healing word bullshit.
Still have to be able to see someone, I think, for that. But
I think they just have to hear you. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So I guess just me, T-Hole, and Nala. Or actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me double check this. Okay, actually, this one I don't have to see the targets. It's a range. So if it, I don't know where she's at specifically. Where did she? Is that a hatch that she's on? That
yes.
the
Yeah, I would have just gone underneath and like I'm looking up, like trying to see what's going on. But, hopefully they don't see me so they can throw a bunch of shit at me.
Right. Well then, so if I do that, then, well, she won't be in it, but if I do it here, then it should be. So if I do because mass cure wounds is just a spot within 60 feet, and it's a 30-foot radius.
Mhm.
And so each target receives this much healing. So I'm gonna upcast it because I don't have any more 5th levels. So I'm gonna cast it at 6th level. Oh really? You fucker. Okay. So it's 3, 4. So I guess I'll just roll this at 4th. 19 plus 9. 28 healing. Just a little something. So that'll
So
be
is
all.
is Nala in that radius?
Yeah. Yeah. As long as I don't put all the way in the back, I just put like a little bit over here, then it'll cover everybody, the whole ship here.
An aptly named healing word. Yes, you do need to be able to see the target. Despite the name.
But this one does not.
Right.
Superior.
And the ship begins to move. You hear a rallying horn, and you see people retreat from the edge of the wall. So the fight is over. Well, I guess Axius is still in the water.
So here's what I was planning to do. Is I was going to cast fly on myself, and then I was going to try to peer like just over the bridge, like trying to keep myself hidden to see everybody. And then if I had a clear shot, I was going to head over to Captain Familio and teleport us onto the ship.
Okay, so let's stay in rounds then, because you could get shot, possibly to death.
I have a potential way of dealing with that as well. But
Okay.
so I would, after casting fly on myself, I would try to peer from here to see like what people were doing. You want a stealth check with that?
Yes. Okay, they do not see you, but they appear to be, you see that everybody has sort of backed away and is gathering in the center of the bridge. But this one guy is actually searching the body of Captain Familia.
Okay.
Do you speak High Imperial?
I do. Yes.
So you can hear that they are talking about regrouping, finding Turbo again, obtaining additional forces, and then calling on one of the legions, and then someone mentions another of the legions. So the Victorious Legion and the Iron Legion apparently are in some position to intercept the ship later down the river. That's what they're discussing.
And then I'm going to cast Mass Suggestion. And I can do 12 targets that I can see.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna choose him. 1, 2.
Sorry,
Three.
who is one again? This guy?
Guy that was searching the body.
Okay.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
This guy actually would have been up here, I guess. I just forgot to move him.
Okay. So basically as many of them as I can, but especially this guy. And then the suggestion that I'm giving them is defend me. And then as I do that, I'm going to begin flying over the bridge towards here.
So one guy failed. They'll probably all fail. Let me just do them all. Might be quicker to mark the guys who make it. One guy made it. DC's 18. Wow, my system's slowing down on all these rolls. It's not letting me put the little dot on this guy. Wants him to have made it. Okay, so there are, you got 8 of the 12.
Okay. So I'm only seeing 3.
There's one guy down here,
Oh,
this guy.
I'm seeing
still
from the
good.
rolls, I'm only seeing 3 that made it.
Oh. This guy not make it? Let's see. Yeah, this guy, I guess, is a mistake. This guy here failed.
Well, it's going to be uncomfortable for the guys that are going to start shooting at me because all of their friends are going to be. I don't think they'll kill each other, but still, it's not going to be comfortable for them. So I'm going to do So I don't know how we are at rounds right now, but I'm gonna be flying over here, grabbing Captain Pamilio, and then dimension dooring onto the ship.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that everybody else restrains the people as they start shooting at you, except for this one archer in the back, because there's nobody right next to him. So as you move, he's going to take a shot. And then people are gonna run over and try to restrain him. So you can now dimension door with Captain Pamilio.
All right. So I bring Captain Pamilio's corpse onto the deck of the ship. And when I do, since I know the jig is up, because I used that ability earlier, Axius is going to appear very differently. He's gonna reveal his true form to everyone.
This isn't even my final form.
Is it an Afreet?
It is not.
Changeling.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to share the image.
I think I have to give you permission to share.
Oh, I wasn't talking that way. I mean, like to show the display, but I could do it that way too.
How do I give you permission to share?
There should be an arrow by share screen with some options.
Has it been a minute? More than a minute, I should say, since the old captain
You should be able
KO'd.
to share. It has not yet been a minute. It's getting pretty close though.
This is actually what he appears as now. Aurelia's intrigued. Much more Aurelia's aesthetic, I'm guessing.
Right. The only question is whether or not she gets jealous that you may be more emo than her.
Right.
That was so yesterday, though.
So I will approach the body. Pull out the gems necessary. This guy we fucking kind of need, so he gets the treatment.
Also, we need to be careful. They're planning to ambush us down the river. Something about an iron guard and what was the other kind of guard?
You would actually know the legions are pretty famous. The Iron Legion is 5,000 soldiers, and the Victorious Legion is another 5,000.
10,000, no problem.
Yeah. So. Yeah, they're
they
planning
could
to use their.
They don't know what
forces.
boat they're looking for.
They actually do.
Yeah, no.
So, hey, hold on.
They're rallying themselves to retrieve Lady Turbo. Apparently, they felt that she is necessary to take T-Hole, and that was their whole plan.
So now we get to see whether or not you are successful in raising the captain, because it's not automatic in my world. Make me a spellcaster check. If somebody wants to try to make a skill check to influence this roll, they can. The DC is 10. If you beat it, then basically he will get a +2 to a spellcaster check roll. If you fail the check, then he'll get a -1.
Can I do a persuasion check, since I'm the one that convinced him that riches and heroism lay ahead.
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
So you
but
get
how
plus
do you-
one.
You get, yeah, I don't know what the +1 is.
That
Guide,
yeah, I don't-
guidance. Apparently you have guidance.
I don't though. I didn't put that on my character sheet. I don't know where that came from.
But so you do get +1 anyway, or +2, I mean.
All right. It's just
It's a
Okay, yeah.
spellcaster check, so D20
Yeah.
plus your wisdom modifier.
all
Plus
right.
2.
So I still have bardic inspiration because I'm pretty sure you gave me one, right?
Yeah, right there.
Perfect. This is the perfect time for it. So spellcaster. So it'll be. I
Easily.
think I'm okay.
Yep.
I still got 10 minutes to use that. I don't need that bardic inspiration yet.
So Captain Familio's eyes flutter as he says, riches and fame. And I assume at that, the sound of the dragon ceases.
I last for 10 minutes. No reason to make it stop. The dragon's real far away.
So you sail on. I mean, this part of the river is kind of deep within a valley. So you don't see homes or anything. And if they're running along the sides of the river, you don't have any signs of it. But you are now moving more slowly without the captain at the helm. But the boat is still making it slowly upriver. You do begin to get the sense, though, that even as the captain limps behind the helm, the river is starting to push against you a little more strongly than it was. And now there were 2 sailors who were still below deck who you still have alive. But 2 sailors is not quite enough to tack against the wind the way you had been doing. You need at least 1 additional person for that. So it is hampering your speed as you move upriver. You're probably moving at about half the speed you were otherwise. So instead of making it about 40 miles upriver a day, you're probably going to wind up making it about 20. And it's about 800 miles to Lucianum. It's a bit less than that now. It's about 650 miles.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah,
where we'll end it.
Month on the river, that's good.
It's like Huckleberry Finn.
We can get these, we break these legions out into like sets of 6. We'll be good. Just pick them off 6 at a time.
Yep.
Whittle them down.
Daggerface, the tactician, would point out that probably they're going to pick where they attack you because you're on a river. They just have to wait and see this sort of obvious ship because it's so fancy. So you can think about what to do with that. I mean, you could disembark and walk. They're not looking for people on foot. But the Legion is probably on land, and you don't necessarily know which side of the river they'd be on, if not both.
Well, it sounds like I don't know. I'm maybe scrying some. See if I can glean any intel from what's her bitch, Lady Turbo.
Is aware that you have that ability. They'll be
She doesn't know shit.
careful about that. Did you not talk about scrying on Mordenkainen and Buckner while she had projected her image?
I don't think so.
No, I think we talked about it after she left.
I mean, it is assuming she has any line of connection to Bucknard, it's fair for her to maybe predict that. Whether or not she can do anything about it is different.
Bucknard, I didn't have that capability when I met Bucknard, so and we only saw him for a brief moment.
So like she may not have any ability to block it anyway.
Did
So-
any of the Legion or whoever we killed end up on the boat, or did they all jump off or pushed off?
Yeah, they jumped or fell off.
Okay.
So my character would go up to Captain Familio and ask, were you aware that members of your crew were Ifrit?
Members of my crew, you mean the guys you hired? That's the only crew we had. They were Ifrit, like
Yeah.
giant red demons,
Yes. They,
creatures of shadow and flame. We could have all been killed. This is
They
going to
were
make me so
apparently-
much more rich. We've got to add this to the story when we tell the Duke. And we killed them, right?
they were actually fighting with us, surprisingly.
Maybe leave that part out. That's not going to help us.
No, I can't be the evil one. The kids are the evil one.
I mean, they're bad, right? They're evil.
Have we met anybody from T-Hole's family that's been nice to us? They're just all a-holes.
To be
I mean-
fair, she only came and talked to us at first.
Yes. And then she straight up attacked us.
I did try and tell her, hey, don't worry about it. She
But
could
she is-
not be convinced, apparently.
Right. Her portents say that T-Hole's going to end the world because of you guys finding this wand.
Perhaps
Oh,
she's
maybe T will have to end the world now.
Yeah.
It's a be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, that's what started it. Mitch talking about it.
right. Right.
And I mean, and Lucerosi went in and talked to the prefect in the prison and came out alive. Like the prefect didn't try to kill you immediately. He just wasn't letting Cato go because Cato was a convicted criminal.
An admitted one.
Right. And now in the adventuring party's mind, it's all that guy's fault.
So is this short sword she had just a common everyday short sword?
I mean, it is a very well-made Imperial short sword, but there's nothing inherently magical about it.
It was a good idea, though. It could have been good. All right, I gotta go to bed.
Yep. Talk to you guys
See you
later.
guys.
Later, Lone.
All right.